Hey, are we good, everyone? We're good. Ugh, I sound like a noob every time I say that. Oh my God, are we good? Like, I'm like not sure. Ew, like, gee, man, you've been in the game for how long and you still sound like a noob? All right, anyway. What? Who? What? Hmm. All right, anyway. Oh, phone. Here we go. All right, cool. Let's get started. I shall start recording in case the stream fucks up. So, all right. Hi, everyone. I am 215, and welcome to my rant stream for the movies, Hopper's Go, and of course, the Super Mario Galaxy movie, which I watched yesterday with my cousin and her boyfriend. We had a lot of fun yesterday, and that was one of the highlights of our nights together. But yeah, so I didn't feel like waiting another week to do this because honestly, I was too tired just to do the rant stream today. But now I was like, fuck it, I'm not waiting another week because like next week would be the next time I'd be able to do this. So yeah, we're just gonna do it today. So so yeah, here I am. I'm sorry I didn't put up the reminder sooner because I was tired as fuck after work. I literally came after work and just passed out, like just straight out passed out on my bed because I hadn't gotten a lot of sleep the night before, unfortunately. But it is what it is. Okay, so a rant stream is when I basically just rant or just simply talk about anything. Like I play video games on this channel, but occasionally I do rant streams about movies or even about other things like video games. Yeah, typically movies or video games are what I rant about. Um, Usually movies, but once in a while video games as well. Like I've ranted about the Just Dance series, for example. So yeah, so that's what it is. A rant stream, I mean. So hi everyone in the chat. Scott, Poisonous Maple, Parrot Gamer, Green DBZ. Yeah, the rant streams are where I yap for 5 hours. That's right. Nasser Anime Gamer. Hi. My head still hurts a bit from the relative lack of sleep, but it's okay. I took a nap. Like I said, I took a nap before the stream. Well, I took a nap and then I ate, and then I and then I started the stream, so I should be fine for now. All right. So, well, you haven't seen this movie, Nasser, and you probably shouldn't be here because I'm going to spoil it. Which I really shouldn't have to say because it's a rant stream. Of course, I want to spoil the movies I rant about, but you know, I might as well warn people anyway. But I'm sure you already know this. So if you want to watch it anyway, cool. If not, I understand. So what are we starting with first? Well, before we do that, I have to go over the film chronology because It's fun for me to talk a bit about when the movies were released. Um, Before I even get into the actual movies. So Goat was first out of all three of these movies. Goat was first. It came out on February 13th of this year, and then Hoppers came out about a month later on March 6th, and then about a month later, the Super Mario Galaxy movie came out on April 1st, which was 3 days ago, and I watched it yesterday. So yeah, um, there was was there something else I was gonna say? Shit, I think I forgot what I was gonna say. But oh, actually, yes. So I watched all these movies within the last month or so. Like Goats, I watched. I don't think I watched it right when it came, or maybe it was a little bit after it came out. But Hoppers, I watched like last Saturday, like the Saturday before today, and um, the Super Mario Galaxy movie I watched yesterday. I don't remember when I watched Goat, but I think it was. I think it was like probably 3 or 4 weeks ago, because I genuinely do not remember. But it doesn't matter. I just thought I would. Oh no, I watched it on February 28th. Yeah, February 28th. Okay, so that was like a little over a month ago. But yeah, let's go ahead and get into these movies. We're gonna start with. Wait, let me check the chat really fast. Oh, you saw Golden Hoppers at early advanced screenings? Of course. Maple was all about advanced screenings. He's all about those screenings. Jesse, what's up? Hey, the OG, one of the OG crew members is here. But nice to see you. Okay, I'm glad you're here. We just started, so let's get into it. We're gonna start with the Super Mario Galaxy movie first because one, that's the one I like the most out of all these movies. Actually, no, I like all these movies about equally. Well, I would say I liked Hoppers the least, but not because it was bad. Like I liked all of them, but I would say I liked the other two movies a bit more. They just kept my attention a bit more, but I liked all of them. So I guess I would say I like the Goat movie the most, but the Super Mario Galaxy movie would be a close second. Then after that is Hoppers. But anyway, the Super Mario Galaxy movie. Let's start with that because it's the most recent one. And I have quite a bit to say about it, especially since I watched it just yesterday. So now now okay, so opinions, at least from what I've seen, like a cursory glance from a Google search or whatever, told me that opinions on this movie are kind of divided because some people really like it, some people don't. Like it's kind of polarizing. Personally, I liked it a lot. Like I've had so much fun with it. No joke. Some people are going to disagree with me on this. That's okay. I mean, this is kind of subjective, but I actually liked this movie a lot more than the first one because the first one was just very mid and kind of boring at points. Like it felt like it was just there to be fan service for Nintendo fans instead of an actual being, instead of like being an actual fucking story. But the second movie didn't give me that impression at all. Like I actually liked it. I found it way more engaging than the first film. Like, oh my god, like I had such a blast with it yesterday. Man, like definitely more funnier, more entertaining than the first. Like it's funnier than the first in a way that Zootopia 2 is funnier than Zootopia 1, if that makes sense. Like it's kind of like that. So, but I know some people don't like it a lot. I know Maple rather lukewarm rather lukewarm feelings about it, I think. But like, or actually no, he had negative feelings about it. Never mind. But damn. Okay, but yeah, like he didn't like it, but I liked it. I mean, that's not to say that it's great, that it's like really well written because it's not. It's not. It's just not. But I mean, it's Illumination. Is anyone surprised? They rarely ever write good movies. Despicable Me One is just one of the very few exceptions because Illumination doesn't give a fuck about storytelling, and it shows. It shows. But I do think this movie is better than the first. Yeah, very lukewarm feelings. Okay, so I was right. Okay. Oh, you're thinking of watching the Mario movie on either Tuesday or Thursday? Well, it's up to you. But anyway, um, so positives. Hold on one moment. Okay, positives. So I think that the humor, I actually like the humor. I think that the humor was, I think that the, oops, that the humor was good. Definitely funnier, definitely better than the first film, because in the first film, the jokes weren't the greatest. But, I mean, there were some good ones here and there, but a lot of it was just no. Just no. But the humor was good this time around, in my opinion. Like, there were definitely more hits than misses in the humor. Definitely more hits and misses. Um, because I found myself laughing a lot more at this film than at the first film. I'm sorry, but the first film, which I actually have on my shelf, like right there, um, it was just so basic. But this one was actually funny. So, so yeah, I had a blast with it. Um, the animation. Oh, the animation is glorious. Yes, the animation. I mean, Illumination normally makes well animated movies anyway, so this isn't a surprise. But yeah, the animation was, so I would say it was great, not good. Great. Great. Like the overall visuals were stunning, really. The animation was stunning, the art style was stunning, everything was stunning. Like that movie was colorful. It had really great visuals. I don't have much more to say about that. But yeah, like the visuals look good. Like the models, the character models look good. Like really, like it was really like the first movie, but just it looked even better. The first movie looked great, but this one looked even better. Yeah. I don't remember any big jokes, to be honest. Oh, you don't? Aw, sad face. Okay, and there are other positives. For one thing, I loved all the callbacks to the Galaxy games and Super Mario Odyssey. Like, the video game callbacks were great. Of course, those aren't the only games that the movie referenced, but because it also had a reference to Super Mario Maker at one point. But I think it was Super Mario Maker. But that one segment where Peach and Mario were trapped in this fucking obstacle course. Well, sort of an obstacle course. It was more like a like a course that where Bowser Jr. was like that Bowser Jr. was trying to use to kill Mario and Peach. But whatever. You guys know the moment I'm talking about. So I actually like the video game callbacks. Like with how the Galaxy games had those spinning stars that shot you to different planets in the solar system, as well as there's also this one, like at the beginning of the movie there was like this one area Mario and Luigi were in. Forgot what it was called, but like it was a level from Super Mario Odyssey, with all those skulls and with the sombreros, those skull people with the sombreros and shit in this like desert area. Like, and that was where Mario and Luigi met Yoshi, by the way. So yeah, I loved all these video game callbacks. Like, just goes to show that the creators um had some nice fan service going on there. I'm glad Donkey Kong's not in this movie. Fuck him. He was so annoying in the first movie, so I'm glad he's not. Like he was like he was like just as annoying as Star-Lord from Avengers Infinity War. That was how annoying he was. You don't want to be a Star Lord from Avengers Infinity War. You don't. So anyway, launch stars. Yeah, the launch stars and other things. Oh, you can't be here long? Oh, damn it, kind gamer Patrick. Sad face. But thank you for showing up anyway. And yeah, the music is great. The music is great. I definitely liked the tracks they picked. Like it was mostly Mario stuff with some modern stuff here and there, but but yeah, like the soundtrack in this movie was great, just like in the and just like in the first movie. I think the soundtrack's even better here. So, oh, and of course, who could forget about the characters, right? Yoshi, Yoshi, Yoshi was a win. Yoshi was amazing. He was a really cool character. I liked his appearance, his personality, um, really everything about him. He was such a useful ally in the movie. Like he was literally carrying the movie on his back. Yoshi was the G. He was the MVP of the movie. He really was. Like, dude, I'm sure he's used to carrying people on his back. Typically Mario and Luigi as babies anyway. And well, as babies and as adults. But yeah, like yeah, Yoshi was just awesome in this movie. I absolutely loved him. And he had a really cool friendship going on with Mario and Luigi, especially Luigi. So, yeah. And of course, Bowser Jr. was great too. I liked him as a character. I could just say the characters were great, but I'm just gonna like mention these two separately because I just thought they were good characters. So, fuck it. Actually, you know what? Let me do this. I can just do this. There. Okay. So, so yeah, Bowser Jr. I also liked him. He was for once an actual. I mean, well, to be fair, he has had good moments of villainy in the games, but like here, I think this he was at his absolute best here because sometimes he just sucks. But here, he was actually really he was a really cool villain. Like the dude literally built a a spaceship with weapons by himself and built like an entire planet like and called it I forgot what he called it, but it was basically a planet in service to his dad, like with all of his dad's armies and whatnot. Like he built all that shit all by himself. Well, he had help obviously, but he was the one running the whole operation while his dad was off to who knows where. Well, the Mushroom Kingdom, obviously, but yeah, like Bowser Jr. Oh my god, and not to mention, he actually put up a really good fight against the Mario Brothers and Yoshi. I was like, oh shit, okay, okay, I see you, I see you. Like that paintbrush, damn. Okay, I see you, Bowser Jr. Bowser Jr. was literally more villainous than his dad. He was like Bowser Jr. was like his villainy was straight to the roof in this film. Like, damn, Bowser Jr. Like your dad taught you well. Yoshi is love, Yoshi is life. Yes, he is. But yeah, and of course Rosalina was cool. I didn't like the way the movie handled her, but we'll get into that. But Rosalina was a cool character. And of course, they put Fox in the movie for some reason. But I did like Rosalina and Fox as well, so yeah. I guess I'll just put them down. Like I did like those characters in this movie. Didn't like the way they were handled, but we'll get to that in a moment. um so so yeah, I mean really like this movie had a solid cast of characters. It did. Um well there were some other characters from the games. I'm assuming they were from the games because I have not played every Mario game out there. That these characters appeared like there was the Queen Bee character as well as that one character who I don't remember what his species was, but he was the guy who was like who was in that casino segment, you know, where Peach and Toad had to fight off a bunch of that guy's minions and whatnot. The guy who blew water bubbles or whatever. Like and like those characters were cool. Because Peach, okay, Peach was actually I can't even like it's not even just those characters that were cool. Peach, Mario, and Luigi were also cool. Like Mario Mario was kicking ass as usual throughout the entire film, but Luigi, he wasn't a damsel this time. So he was actually fighting alongside everyone, and he was kicking ass too, along with Mario and Yoshi and Peach. Peach was awesome in the first movie, and here she's even cooler in this one. Like that fight scene she had with all those enemies in the casino, that was peak. Like Peach, you kick ass, and that wasn't even her only moment of badassery. Like that obstacle course she ran with Mario, because Bowser Jr. was like trying to kill them at the time. Like, oh my god, like damn, those two got some real synergy. Like I loved that moment. Like damn, like really, I should say the main cast were great too. The main cast were awesome, basically. So yeah, really like, really like. I can't name a single bad character in this film. Bowser himself. Well, okay, actually, maybe one. I will get to that as well. Sorry, like I like this movie, but there are just a few things that put me off. Yeah, Birdo actually had a 5 seconds of screen time, which I liked. Oh, bye, kind gamer Patrick. Thank you for coming. So yeah, anything else regarding the positives? Let's see, humor, animation, video game callbacks, music, characters, the story. So what about the story? Was it good? Um, I have mixed feelings about the story, if I'm going to be honest. I mean, it's an Illumination movie, so of course the story is not going to be, it's not going to be good. Like overall good, I mean. It might have some good parts, of course, but it's rare for an Illumination movie to be good overall because Illumination just does not give a fuck about storytelling. But the story, I will say that it was better. Well, no, actually, I'm not sure I'd argue that was better than the first one because the first one was pretty lacking too. I would just say that I just found the story more engaging, but that's a subjective thing though. So I guess I can just put it down as a bullet point anyway. I found the story more quite engaging. Like, cause I'm sorry, but like the first movie story was just not as interesting as the one in this movie, in my opinion. So that's just me. This movie has a story. It does. I mean, it's not much of a story, but it works. It works, in my opinion. It could have worked better, but it works. But yeah, like as Maple said in the chat, Luigi, and as I've already said, Luigi was a great character in this film. And yeah, they did improve on him because in the first film he didn't do much. But in the second, he does a lot. So, yeah. Okay. So, I think those are all the positives that I can think of. Oh, the voice acting. I didn't even comment on that. The voice acting was, of course, great. Well, if you don't count Chris Pratt. But really, I'll say maybe not great, but let's just say good. I'm sorry, but Chris Pratt kind of brings the whole thing down. I mean, he's better here than he was in the first movie, don't get me wrong. But mm, like he's still weak. So I'll just say that the voice acting was good overall. Everyone delivered solid performances. Yes, even Chris Pratt, not as well as the others, but he still delivered a solid performance in my opinion. But yeah, but yeah, like really, I thought everyone's performances were good overall. The story of the first one at least felt more cohesive and straightforward. Yeah, true, true. But I found it boring. I'm sorry. It was just kind of boring. I mean, like, I guess because no, actually, I don't know why it turned out the way it did. But I mean, it was definitely more. The first movie's plot was definitely more straightforward, but it just felt so basic and lacking. Even with Nintendo behind the helm this time, it's like Illumination, who's known for having visually pleasing but lackluster stories, gets to work with a video game company that has plenty of good writers for its IPs. And like the first Mario movie was what they both came up with. Like Illumination and Nintendo, one had great visuals. Like one provided great visuals for the movie, the other provided the storytelling. You'd think that that would make a good combination, but somehow it ended up making a mid combination. But here, it feels like Illumination actually learned from the first movie's mistakes and made the movie more engaging this time. There's no way they're gonna make a third movie, right? Um, they probably will, especially considering the after credits scene, the second one, not the first. If you guys know, well, you know, you know. If you know, you know. If you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. But I'm sorry, Chris Pratt, but you are just not Mario. He's not. He's really not. Why would you cast him as Mario? You could have casted anyone. Cast, sorry. You could have cast anyone else, but you cast him. Like, why would you cast him? I just don't understand. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, Star Lord is voicing Mario. Like, I don't want Star Lord voicing Mario. It doesn't have to be Charles Martinet, but it needs to be somebody other than Star Lord. Okay? But yeah, um, I think that's what in the hell? Why is this so behind? Sorry, I'm just looking at the playback of my stream. Okay, I don't know why that happens. Well, whatever. Okay, so I think that's it for voice acting. Oh yeah, Brie Larson actually voiced Rosalina, and she's had quite a bit of controversy behind her name. So I just found it interesting that when I was looking at the credits, I was like, "Oh shit, she actually voiced Rosalina." I was not expecting that, but she fit the role of Rosalina. She knocked it out of the park. So okay, good on you, Brie. Good on you. If only you had a better Captain Marvel movie, the first one, I mean. But I mean, you tried, I guess. But I mean, in this movie, you actually did well as Rosalina, so I give you a round of applause. Speaking of which, everyone, like literally everyone in the theaters, a lot of people, not everyone, but a lot of people, most people, clapped at when the movie finished, and I was like, "Fuck it, I'm joining in on this. I'm gonna clap too." Like my cousin or boyfriend didn't clap, but I did. But like we all enjoyed the movie, so yeah. Okay, I think that's it for positives. I can't think of any others. So let's go on with the negatives. And Maple, of course, he has a head start in the chat. Bree was the best part of marketing by far. Just a shame her character does nothing but become a damsel in distress. I forgot about her, not gonna lie. Yeah, same. So, yeah, I do have quite a few complaints about this movie, and I feel like these could have easily been avoided if Illumination and Nintendo had just been a bit more thoughtful in their storytelling and marketing. So let's start with the biggest one. Let's address the elephant in the room. Okay, so Rosalina, she got the Luigi treatment from the first Mario movie. She got the Luigi treatment. She got the Luigi treatment. And what I mean by that is that is that she had an awesome fight scene at the beginning of the movie, but then she gets captured right after that and does practically nothing for the remainder of the movie, except when Peach reunites with her, and then they combine their powers to put a stop to Bowser's plans. Like she does something at the beginning of the movie, Rosalina, I mean, and she does something at the end of the movie, but nothing in the middle. Like she's just captured the whole time, which annoyed the fuck out of me. Like, okay, so going off of the trailers of this movie, at least I think I only watched like one or two trailers. Like, you think Rosalina would actually have quite a bit of a presence in this film? No, just no. That that doesn't happen. See, that didn't happen. Like, she's just she shows up at the beginning and then at the end. I mean, she does show up in the middle at certain points, but like for most of the movie, she's just behind. She's in a prison. So it's like, wow, really? Was like you guys could have used her more. Was she too OP for the movie? Did they need to like lock her away just so the others could have something to do? I don't know. Like I'm sorry, I just found it annoying. And the way she lost, got captured, I mean. It was so stupid and, in my opinion, kind of contrived. Because one of her stupid ass children, you know, the Lumas, one of her stupid ass children ended up doing something that forced Rosaline to like have to risk her own safety just to save them, and then she got captured as a result. I mean, I get that the Lumas are kids, but like it just felt kind of contrived to me. I'm just like that didn't need to happen. Even in Super Mario Galaxy, Mario still talked to Rosalina every now and then after you complete the world. But in this movie, she has no presence whatsoever. That I also noticed. Like in the Mario Galaxy games, Rosalina is a side character, but it's not like she disappears for most of the game. Like so, so it's like in the movie she does, which is stupid. I don't know. It's so dumb. I didn't like that. It was so stupid. So yeah, they did Rosalina dirty. She got the Luigi treatment. The Luigi treatment. Because I guess they needed another damsel in the second movie. It's like we can't do that with Luigi again, so let's go to Rosalina. Because why not? Oh, and her and Peach are sisters now, for some reason. Yeah. Now this is something you're gonna see coming like very early into the movie. In fact, like you find out in the movie fairly early on, like I think a bit after the halfway point. But yeah, Peach and Rosaline are sisters in this movie for some reason. Because, like, you know, there was a plot thread in the first movie where Peach didn't know where she came from. She somehow ended up in the Mushroom Kingdom as a baby, and then the Mushroom people raised her and made her their princess, right? So I guess Nintendo Illumination were like, hey, why don't we do something with that? So let's make Rosalina and Peach sisters. Yeah, okay. I'm sorry. Just it's just like I mean, it doesn't hurt. I won't say that it hurts the movie, but it's like why? I just don't like it just came out of nowhere in my opinion. Well, sort of out of nowhere. Not so much like the writing itself, but the decision that 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 Nintendo and Illumination made. Yeah, like it was just such a strange retcon. Like why? I guess they just needed something for that plot point, but like that's not how you go about doing it. But they were like, we don't really feel like creating a whole new other character for Peach, so why don't we just use Rosalina? Yeah, okay, sure, whatever. I mean, what the fuck ever. I mean, I mean, I don't hate it. I just found it weird. I just personally found it weird, but it doesn't hurt the movie. It really feels like they switched up Peach and Rosalina's characters in these movies. Yeah, because normally Peach is the damsel in distress, but now it's Rosalina. It's like it can't be Luigi again, and people are not going to want it to be Peach again. So it's like, okay, well that just leaves one option, Rosalina. They could have had Daisy. I was thinking that, although I guess that would have been even more confusing. I mean, to be honest, I think that would have been even weirder than having Rosalina be Peach's sister because, well, maybe not actually. Actually, maybe Daisy would have been better. I don't know. I'm not even sure about that. I wouldn't have done either, Daisy or Rosalina, but like, I mean, Daisy does have a character. It's just not explored very much because the focus is usually on Peach. So yeah, yeah. Daisy was in the post-credits scene. I mentioned that earlier in this rant stream, not too long ago. I didn't say what the post-credit scene contained, but I said that there was one, and that if you know what it is, you know what it is. So yeah, that retcon was just really weird, in my opinion. I guess I'll put that down. Well, no. See, the things that I don't want to put down as a negative because I don't think it hurts the movie. Rosalina gained the Luigi treatment hurts the movie, but not her being related to Peach. It's just something that I found weird. So I won't put it down as a negative. Just I'll just make a note that I found it a weird thing. But anyway, yeah, Rosalina, she got done dirty. At least Daisy and Rosalina being badass and powerful makes sense. Yeah, with Peach, not so much. Yeah, they really like these movies. I mean, I'm glad that they don't want to just stick Peach to the typical damsel in distress role because that does get old pretty fast. So it's nice to mix things up. But like it really does feel like they're trying so hard to show that Peach is a very competent fighter. Even though she is sometimes it's like that's not really how her character is most of the time. But whatever. Anyway, so there are other things. Like let's talk about Fox. So Fox was, as I said earlier, Fox was a nice character in this movie, but I'm gonna be blunt. He didn't need to be in the movie. He didn't need to be in the movie. Like when I first heard that he was going to be in the movie, um, shortly before the movie was released, actually, I think like maybe at least a week beforehand, at least it's like Fox just he didn't need to be in the movie. He did not need to be in the movie. I don't think he adds anything to the movie. He does have a few nice scenes of him flying around in the airship. Don't get me wrong, but like, what was the point of having him there? Like, you could take him out of the movie and pretty much nothing would change. I like, what? It's like, why is he there? And I don't really like the idea of there being this interconnected world of Nintendo characters. I don't like that. I really don't. Like it's giving me MCU vibes, and I'm not living for it because we all know how much of a mess the MCU is. I know this is objective, but I just don't like it. I like Mario being its own thing, like having its own universe, being completely self-contained. If it does involve other universes, those should be limited to IPs that are actually adjacent to it, such as Yoshi and Wario, like the Yoshi and Wario games. Like Mario and Yoshi can coexist with Mario. I don't like the idea of Fox coexisting with Mario though. So, oh yeah, Donkey Kong as well. But Fox, no, he needs to stay out. Like, stay in your lane, Fox. Okay, stay in your lane. Like, don't be in this movie. You don't need to be in this movie. You were cool, but you were not necessary. And you didn't even add much to the movie anyway. Like, you, again, you have only like two cool flying scenes, and then that's it. Like you just don't have much of a presence in this movie. You're better than Rosalina in that regard, but you're still. But it's like it's not by much. Why are you here? Like when I first heard that he was going to be in the movie, I was like, why? Like if it's Donkey Kong or Mario or Wario or Yoshi, okay, but if it's fucking Fox, Nintendo, what were you on? This isn't Smash. Like damn. They're clearly doing that set up a Super Smash Brothers movie later down the road. I know exactly what Nintendo's doing, and I don't like it. I don't like it. I know they're gonna make a Smash Brothers movie. I don't like it though. Like if it's its own thing, okay, but if it's connected to Mario, like Mario movies, the Mario movies like this one, the number two, no, just no. I don't want that. They gotta make that Fox movie first. Like I don't even want to get into that. Okay, so from what I understand, the reason Fox is in this movie is because Glenn Powell begged Nintendo and Illumination to let him voice the character. Wow. That's the reason why. So that explains why Fox has almost no presence in this film. So Rosalina got the Luigi treatment, and Fox got the Rosalina treatment. It's like it's this chain of irrelevancy that I just don't like. So Nintendo, Illumination, stop that. Stop it right now. Stop it. Get some help. Anyway, yeah, they're gonna make a Metroid movie as well, and a Legend of Zelda movie, and I'm like, and I'm like, "Ugh, Nintendo, I liked it better when you focused on games. I'm sorry if that sounds mean. I know you're trying to branch out. That's not necessarily a bad thing because Sonic's done the same thing. But see, when Sonic, see with Sonic, it felt like a natural thing for him to do. With Nintendo and their IPs, it feels kind of forced at this point. Like, does that make sense? I'm not sure if I'm explaining the best way. It's like Nintendo's making movies just to make movies, and not because and not because like it would actually be great for the fans. I don't know how to describe it, but yeah, I'm not really liking what Nintendo's doing. Like you don't need to make all these movies for your IPs. If you want to make a movie for for any of your IPs, just leave it at Mario and just stop there. Like you don't need any others. Well, whatever. Zelda's going to be live action though, and is that supposed to be a good thing? I'm kidding. I'm just kidding. Nintendo's just trying to expand their brand. Yeah, but I know, but like it's like I don't like how they're going about doing it. Like because here's the thing, they just start with Mario and they already have all these other IPs, all these other movies for their IPs planned. Like slow down. Like start with Mario first, then move over to another IP, and then move over to another IP. But like they're already playing all these movies for their IPs. It's like they're branching out, but they're doing it a little too quickly in my opinion. Like do what Sega's doing and slow down. Like start with one and then work your way from there. That's just how I think they should do it because I just don't like the direction that they're going. Like I feel like they're going to make a bunch of haphazard movies for their IPs, even with Illumination helping. Actually, no, Illumination helping them. I don't think that's necessarily a good thing because the movies will look good if Illumination's behind them, but the storytelling is going to take a hit. I mean, Nintendo's there, of course, to help with that, but like considering how mid the first Mario movie was, I don't think the future is looking bright for any of the movies for Nintendo's IPs. I can't help but feel like they did Mario Galaxy too early and should have waited for a third movie to do that. Yeah, honestly, I feel the same way. Like, yeah, they went straight from typical Mario stuff to uh Galaxy stuff. They really should have worked their way up to that. And which kind of proves my point that I feel like Nintendo is just going through this whole thing a little too quickly. Like like with Sega, it's fine. Again, like it's they're just doing Sonic for now. And then maybe later they will branch out into other things. But with Nintendo, it's like they're just doing a lot so quickly, and I'm like, y'all need to slow down. I would have preferred this movie to be Super Mario World. Yeah, like the second movie could have been Super Mario World, and then the third movie could have been like Super Mario Galaxy, and it would have been fine. So, yeah, I do agree with you that they jumped into the Galaxy stuff too soon. And yeah, as you pointed out, it didn't. This movie didn't really feel like it had the word Galaxy in the name, but it didn't really feel like it was doing the Galaxy games a service. It didn't feel like a movie based on the Galaxy games. I mean, there were some cool callbacks to the Galaxy games. Don't get me wrong, but it didn't feel like um, it didn't really feel like something based on the Galaxy games. So this movie, this movie was inspired by Galaxy, by the Galaxy games, but it didn't feel very representative of them. Like it was just very like it felt like the Galaxy elements were barely there, if I'm going to be honest. Again, you had some nice callbacks here and there, but it didn't really feel like a movie based on the Galaxy games. It just didn't. So, yeah. Yeah, that actually would have been a nice thing for the movies for Nintendo to do. Like like the second movie could have been about Super Mario World, which would have introduced Yoshi, Daisy, Bowser Jr., and the rest of the Koopa Army, and then maybe Mario and Waluigi could be thrown in for good measure. And then for the third movie, do Mario Galaxy and introduce Rosie and the Lumas. Yeah, I think like they should have just done it that way because honestly, I was surprised that Bowser Jr. was even in this movie because in the I don't think I haven't fully played the Mario Galaxy games, but like I was just surprised that he was just that present in the movie. But yeah, it's really only a Mario Galaxy movie in name only. So yeah, hang on one moment. Oh wait, nope, never mind. Yeah, so in the first Super Mario Galaxy game, Bowser Jr. is actually a prominent boss. Again, I haven't fully played the game, but um, but in Super Mario Galaxy 2, it's the other Koopalings, not him. Okay, that makes sense. So but like really, even with that, like even with that point made, it's like it just didn't really feel like a Mario Galaxy movie. Really, it was really mostly in name, in the name. But anyway, um, anything else? Okay, so this one I also found rather annoying, and it's something that I'm just so tired of seeing in writing. But before I get to that, let me just talk about this one particular point. I really didn't like how Bowser was handled in this game, movie. I did not, let me just say, I did not like how Bowser's character was handled. So, so Bowser at the beginning of the movie, like during the first half, he so he seems to have turned over a new leaf, right? He seems to have actually formed a solid friendship with Luigi. He seems to be a nicer person, and you know, um, he's just not really a villain anymore. And he's small as hell though. He was turned into a small version of himself with the mini mushroom, but then Mario accidentally made him big again. So, but even after that, Bowser was still nice to Bowser was still nice to everyone, including Mario, because Mario still didn't trust Bowser, which I could totally understand. But Luigi did, and Yoshi did as well. And even when Bowser got his body back, his large body back, he still acted nice to everyone, including Mario. So it seemed that he truly did turn over a new leaf. Um, Unfortunately, that shit went down the drain because the moment he meets Bowser Jr., that just like he starts going back to his old self. And okay, so I'm gonna say that it's okay for characters to regress. I'm not expecting every character to be redeemed and stay that way. Sometimes characters go back to the way they were, albeit with some changes. Like I'm not against the idea of characters regressing. Not every character has to like stay redeemed. Like it's okay for characters to go back to the other side. I just don't like the way the movie went about doing it here because Bowser does go back to his villainous ways, but it's done in such a cheap, shallow, and forced way that it makes me wonder why Nintendo and Illumination even bothered to make Bowser redeemed in the first place. Like, what was the point if you were just going to have him shift back that easily? It's literally the moment Bowser Jr. shows up in Bowser's life again, and that was also, and the way they went about that was weird too, but I'll get to that in a moment. So, literally, Bowser and Bowser Jr. They had this reunion, and Bowser Jr. tells Bowser all about what he's been up to. You know, building a big spaceship to capture Rosalina and building a big planet for his dad to rule. And it's like, and at one point, Bowser Jr. tries to hurt or even kill Mario and his gang, but Bowser clearly doesn't. Bowser clearly he clearly doesn't want to, but for some reason he doesn't put up more he for some reason he tries to he tries to show that he still cares for Mario and the others, um but he basically just lets his son trash the hell out of them. Does not really resist his son very much. and and then literally after a pep talk or two or whatever, like, because Bowser's like, oh, he's sad that Mario and the others got blasted away somewhere else by Bowser Jr. But Bowser's like, no, you don't need friends. Like, you gotta stay strong, Dad. That's what you taught me. It's like, and Bowser's like, oh, I'm a good dad. Hey, you know what, son? Yeah, you're right. Let's do this shit. I'm like, way to throw away someone's character that easily. It's like, if you're gonna have him change that easily, why even bother going into the whole redemption thing? Because Bowser actually does act nice at the beginning of the film. He even literally sacrificed himself to be a prisoner for the Queen Bee character just so Mario and the others could not be punished by her. I forgot what they did that. Oh yeah, right. Their castle landed in the bees area because like Bowser Jr. had tried to take it up in a space beam, but then like the space beam stopped working, and then the castle fell into the bee area, and the queen bee got pissed for it because of it. But like, so Bowser was like, okay, no, don't punish them. Let me be in their place while they go off to do whatever they need. And I was like, okay, wow, Bowser's actually turned over a new leaf. And then it's like they just throw his character away. It's like if you're gonna have him regress, do it in a way that doesn't feel forced, because it's like it comes off as Nintendo and Illumination being too afraid to to you know like get away from the status quo. It's like, okay, we'll show that he can be redeemed, but then we'll make him a villain again because we need him to be. Yeah, no, I don't like that kind of writing. Stop doing it. And I've seen that writing. I've seen that kind of writing everywhere else. Like, it's so annoying. Like either commit to it, or if you're gonna regret have a character regress, do it in a way that feels natural. Like I'm fine with Bowser regressing. I'm not saying he has to stay a good guy. I just don't like the way the story went about doing it. It's annoying. It was so annoying to watch. Like he really could, like if you really wanted to make the point that Bowser Jr. was able to somehow get his dad to go back to the dark side, you could have had Bowser like push back against his son more, just to make that path feel earned. Because it's like, because like, how can he? Because it just feels like it's stupid for him to be that easily convinced to go back to the dark side when he had made some genuine progress with Mario and the others. Even Mario was like, "Oh, you're not such a bad guy after all," and then they just throw his character away, Bowser's character away. It's just stupid writing. Stop doing it. Please stop doing it. Like I'm sorry. I'm so tired of writers doing that. Stop doing it. If you're going to have your characters regress, do it in a way that isn't forced, because it comes off as you just too being too afraid to commit to anything. And I don't like writers like that. I really don't. You waste everyone's time with your storytelling. Grow a fucking spine and follow through with your decisions. But anyway, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to get heated there, but I'm just so tired of seeing that kind of writing. You see it everywhere in fucking movies and stuff. Like, stop doing that. Yeah, Bowser just kept flip flopping throughout the whole damn movie. You're right, Maple. I'm like, dude, pick a fucking side. You are such a wishy washy character. Like, I guess your size is just for show. Bowser was a better character in the first movie, I'm not gonna lie. They did his character dirty in this movie. So, oops. Yeah, I would have liked it better if Bowser and Mario had ended on good terms. Yeah, like that could have happened. I'm not saying that Bowser has to stay a good guy. I mean, I wouldn't have minded that either. I don't care if he stays a good guy or if he stays a bad guy or if he stays a good guy. I really don't care either way. But just make sure that the writing that it takes to get there isn't shit. Because you just come off as a pussy when you do that. You do. Good writers know how to commit to the decisions they make. They don't backtrack on that stuff. They commit. They follow through. But anyway, I did not mean to. I did not mean to get that heated. I mean that just because like that just annoyed the fuck out of me. And it wasn't a minor thing. Like that was quite an important plot point in the movie. So for it to be handled this poorly just annoys me. Yeah, Max Cooper didn't need to be in the movie, but honestly, I didn't mind him being there. I think his name in the movie was Kamek. Kamek? I don't fucking remember. But I actually didn't mind him in the movie. I thought he was fine. He was a very minor character, but I didn't mind him. But but yeah, he was pretty much kind of just there. Oh, Maple, no. Do not give Sega any ideas. Don't you dare give Sega any ideas. Please, we don't need a plot like that. And also, is Mario and Peach a couple now or what? I don't fucking know. Apparently, but I mean, I'm thinking they are like because like the movie did give off that give out that vibe. I got that implication from it. So I guess, but I don't really care. Anyway, yeah, like she gives Mario a kiss on the cheek, so I guess they're a couple, but the movie never really confirms it, which I also found kind of irritating because the movie had been building up to that point, but then it's just like, but then like at the end, Peach just gives Mario a kiss, which doesn't necessarily mean that they're romantically involved because people can give kisses for a number of reasons. So like, um, a scene with Mario and Louis and Peach walking away with holding hands would have sufficed. I don't know why Nintendo didn't bother following up with that. Nintendo says they're just friends. Yet you made Mario have a crush on Peach in this movie. Stop wasting everyone's time, Nintendo. just I'm not even gonna blame Illumination for this. This is 100% on Nintendo because they're the ones, of course. This is their IP. They have the final say on the storytelling. So so Nintendo, do better. Damn, I did not expect there to be that many negatives about this movie. Holy shit. Damn. Mhm. Okay, so yeah, I guess that's also a negative, another negative. My own Peach's relationship was kind of weak. So that's another negative. Damn. What damn, it's like I like this movie, but then I realize now that it has a lot of negative. It has a lot of problems. It's just like my Twilight Princess rant stream all over again. Well, not just the rant stream about that game. I also ranted about Wind Waker and Skyward Sword, and I think Ocarina of Time and Breath of the Wild and Majora's Mask. I didn't do Tears of the Kingdom yet because the game hadn't come out at that point in time. I think, but yeah, like. Like I felt the same way for towards Twilight Princess. Like I liked the game a lot, but then I realized that it actually had a lot of issues. So it's the same thing here with the Super Mario Galaxy movie. So yeah. Oops. Damn. Okay. Yeah, this is a movie where you really can't think too much about it or else it'll all fall apart. Yeah. Damn. Okay. I guess I was like in the honeymoon phase of the movie. You know how like you watch a movie and then it's like, oh wow, it's really cool. But then over time, when you start to think about it, it's like, oh, I thought this was good. Because I had just watched it yesterday, so I guess I'm still in the honeymoon phase. I leave for 30 minutes and you're still on the negatives, lol. I know, I'm still on this. Damn. Okay. Are those all the negatives though? I think those are all the negatives. Does anyone have any more that I might or might not agree with? I don't know. But like, because I think those are all of them. I feel like there's one more though. Or maybe there is. Shit, I don't know. Let me just do this. Okay. But yeah, Mario and Peach's relationship was kind of weak. Like it had a good start in my opinion. Like, Mario was having some feelings towards Peach, like some romantic feelings towards Peach. Luigi and Yoshi were even making fun of him for it, but they were also encouraging him to go after her. But then, like, at the end of the film, that doesn't really get addressed. It's like Peach kisses Mario. Mario's like, Mario's happy. But it's like, okay, does that mean that they're a couple, or does that mean that they're just friends, or is it going to, or are they just going to work their way up to being a couple? Because the movie doesn't do a good job of telling us any of that. So, yeah, you fucked up, Nintendo. Anyway, are those all the negatives? Shut up, Chi! This movie's a masterpiece and there's nothing wrong with it! Twilight Princess is my nostalgia crush. Yeah, I can see that. But yeah, I bet some people are gonna be like, oh my god, this movie's great, Chi, man, shut up. And I'm like, no, it's not. But, I mean, I liked it a lot, but no, it's not great. Like, the storytelling needs some serious. I think it's actually even worse than the first film. Like Maple said earlier, like somehow the storytelling is even worse this time around. But it's not something you notice, or at least something that people like me don't notice because like I actually did like this film quite a lot. But like I liked it a lot. But like I noticed that there were some storytelling issues, but I didn't think about them too hard until now, where it's just like, wow, the first movie didn't even wasn't even this bad in terms of storytelling. Like, what the fuck happened, Nintendo? Like, what happened? What happened? What happened? I just want to know what happened. Damn. Okay. So yeah, I had a lot to say on this movie though, so that's why we're still on this. Like, how long have we been streaming for? An hour. An hour. Okay. But I can't think of any other negatives, really. I guess like the pauses, at least in my opinion, were enough to like kind of push down the negatives a bit, not like cover them up, but just like enough to push them away so that the movie was enjoyable. But yeah, Nintendo, do better. And when you okay, so and again, this is something that I really wish movie studios would do a better job of doing. Please actually advertise your movies properly because your trailers be misleading. You watch a trailer like this where you think, "Oh, Rosalina's going to be in this movie," and it's like, "Oh no, but she's actually going to be a damsel for most of it." False advertising much? I mean, technically it's not if you think about it, but it's just like it's not good advertising either. It might not be false, but it's not good either. So Nintendo, do better. Okay, let's move on to Go. But overall, I like the movie. But I just didn't expect to rant about it that much. I was like, oh wow, yeah. Now that I think about it, it's not that good. It's not. Holy shit. Because Rosalina like had pretty much no presence in the film. Fox was just there for fan service. Um, really, when I first heard he was going to be in the movie, I was like, why? And the movie, despite being about the Galaxy games, just didn't feel like a representation of them. Mario and Peach's relationship was kind of weak, and Bowser himself was just a shit character. Because honestly, again, I would have been fine with him going back to the dark side. But like with him, like battling his good side and his bad side throughout the film, only to realize that you know what, maybe I really should just be a villain again. I mean, I miss this life so much. I want to be my son again. Sorry, Mario, but this is just who I am. And for Mario to understand that but not be happy with him, that would have been fine because some movies have done stuff like that, but instead they just have Bowser just change right when he meets his son. Okay, yeah, no, bye Nintendo. Okay, so goats. It doesn't seem like this movie will make as much as the first one. I'm surprised, if I'm going to be honest. I'm surprised. Like, if it doesn't make as much as the first one, I'll be surprised. W clickbait, right? It's because Illumination just cares about dollar signs and not the overall quality. You're right. I'll say it like I really do believe that. Um, I've said this once and I'll say it again. I really do believe that Despicable Me 1, um, 3, and Minions: The Rise of Gru are the only movies where Illumination has actually put effort into the actual storytelling. And you could say the same thing for like to a lesser extent for the first Secret Life of Pets movie and Sing movie, because those seem to have had some effort put into them as well. They weren't perfect. They weren't even good in my opinion, but like they you could see that there was some effort there. I haven't watched Migration. I recently got it for 4K actually. I have every Illumination movie now. Except for the Galaxy movie, obviously, because it hasn't come out physically. It just came out in theaters. But once there's a 4K copy of it, I'll get it, just like I did with the first Mario movie. But other than that, I have every Illumination movie. I just haven't watched Migration. That's the only one I haven't watched. And Despicable Me 4 as well. I haven't watched that one either. So I have no comments on those. But Illumination, like when they care, they rarely care. But when they care, like you can see it. Because really, Despicable Me 1 is like I think it's their best movie by far, if we're going to be honest. Because that one actually did have effort put into it. But most of the other movies just no. Illumination just doesn't care about the quality with regard to storytelling. Like they'll make the movies look really pretty, really nice, but but like they're but like they just do not care about the storytelling. And they're making a, and I really am getting tired of seeing the Minions everywhere. They're making another Minions movie. It's called Minions and Monsters. I saw a trailer of it yesterday, just before I watched the Mario Galaxy movie. And it seems like such a dumb premise too. It's like, oh, you need monsters for a Halloween party or whatever. I don't remember what they needed the monsters for, but like, and then they go and actually get monsters. Like, what? The Illumination, leave the minions alone. Stop with them. Stop. I'm tired of seeing them everywhere. Like, we don't need another Minions movie. Because honestly, if I'm gonna be honest though, I thought Rise of Gru was actually a decent film. The first Minions movie was ass, but I thought Rise of Gru was a decent film. But no. But now it's like now they're making Minions and monsters. I'm like, why? Yeah, Minions doesn't need another movie, but no, they're gonna make one. They're gonna make one, and they're not gonna cancel it. Like the minions are a huge cash cow for Illumination. They need to be everywhere, even in like right before, like even in those those little clips that play right before an Illumination movie in the theaters, where you see the minions like doing stupid shit and then the Illumination logo or whatever. Like they need to be everywhere. Like they can't just be in their own space. They have to be in other people's spaces too. I grossly overestimated this movie, the Mario Galaxy movie, on my 2026 box office previews. Yeah, I think you did. But, oh well, hey, live and learn. The reason it's making less could be due to lesser quality, yeah. And also having more competition such as Hoppers and Project Hail Mary. And the economy's in free fall form right now with gas prices now averaging over $4. It should still be the first $1 billion movie of the year, but it's on pace to make a bit less than the first movie. Yeah, I agree. I agree. I mean, I think this movie has had about the same amount of hype as the first one did, but yeah, like now thinking about it now, I don't think it's gonna make as much as the first one. Goat has the funniest casting I've seen. Yeah, it does. Let's go ahead and talk about Goat now because we've talked enough about the Galaxy movie. I don't want to talk about it anymore. See, now I have see now I'm in, see now I have a now there's a sour taste in my mouth. Now there's a bad taste in my mouth because I watched the movie and I was like, "Oh wow, I liked it more in the first," but then um oh, it has problems that are even worse now that I think about it. Okay, go. Sorry. I was trying to like mentally prepare myself for the next part of the rant stream. Let's talk about goats, the goat movie. Okay, I like this movie a lot. Um, like it was a great movie. Not the greatest I've ever seen. I think it's a bit I think it was a bit overhyped because people were just so hyped for it. I'm like, guys, I watched the movie. It's not as good as you think it is, but it is good though. It is quite good. Just not as amazing as everyone thinks it is, but it's good. So the positives. We gotta talk about the art style. The art style, the animation. To, they were great. Like I loved how the movie looked. It just had such a cool aesthetic. I loved it. Like it just gave me, like that stop motion quality that Into the Spider-Verse, Across the Spider-Verse, and Puss in Boots: The Last Wish had, like that kind of animation quality where it's dynamic and at times it looks like stop motion. Like I like Goats did that basically, and it's like, oh my god, I love it. And I love how all the characters and environments look. Like everything just looks so cool. Like it has such an interesting art style and whatnot. So yeah, I just liked it a lot. Really think it did wonders for the movie, especially those I forgot what the sport was called. I completely forgot. This is embarrassing, but those courts that the players would play on, like they were so interesting and dynamic. Like they had different environments and the and the course which and courts even could even change like mid game, I think. So which made the matches a lot more exciting and fun. So GOAT, yes, like y'all killed it there. Yeah, like LeBron James was in Space Jam 2. I even have Space Jam 2 right here on my shelf, as well as the first one. But he wasn't in this movie. So yeah, like GOAT just looks so good as a movie. I love it. Okay, and let's see, the humor. I would say the humor was good. I mean, it's not perfect. It wasn't perfect. Um, like it made a lot of jokes. Some were misses, but I think there were a lot more hits than misses. So I actually did find the movie funny overall. So like it did make me laugh. It did. It really did. Um, I can't really recall. Well, there were a few moments I found really funny, like when the goat guy, what was his name, Will, the main character in the movie, like when he was fighting that horse guy, and he was like he was having a match with the horse guy, and at one point he literally broke the horse's ankles, like literally just shook his ass, like juked his ass, and it was so funny. Like damn, like just damn, like that was funny. And there are a few other funny jokes, plenty of other funny jokes, but that was one that I found really funny. Like he literally broke the guy's ankles. Not permanently, of course, but like it was funny to watch. So yeah, this movie does have Stephen Curry though, and Wade, and Angel Reese. Oh, and Kevin Love too. Yeah, this movie has quite a bit of celebrity talent. So yeah. No, like like there's a name for the sport. Like it's not basketball. It's similar, of course, but I forgot what it was called. I need to look it up. Hang on. Oh, I think it's called Iron Ball. No, Roar Ball. Sorry, Roar Ball. Roar and Ball. Roar Ball. Okay, Roar Ball. That was the name of the game. Okay, so Roar. So Will the goat. He is a Roar Ball player. So yes, that was the name of the sport. Okay, now I remember. But yeah, like the humor, I thought it was good. Definitely not a good for a family film. And I also liked how I also liked how they how the word goat has a certain slang meaning nowadays. Like the creators actually went with that and made it the name of the movie, as well as, and they also made like the main character himself a goat. So he's not just a goat, he's the goat. Because after he joins his new Roarball team, that's hard to say. Roarball, um, he makes them much better players overall. Even Jet, the Panther, I think the Panther lady, right? Like, yeah, like once he joins them, they start becoming a better team, which is typical of these kinds of sports movies, obviously. But but yeah. I need to rewatch Space Jam, the first one. I don't care about the second one really. It was all right, but not as good as the first. But like, I need to rewatch the first because it's been so many years. But like, yeah, goats. Yeah, like I like how they named the movie Goat. That was pretty clever. Okay, the story. I would say the story was good, not perfect. I do have a problem with it. Um, but yeah, I would say the story was good. There wasn't anything unique or stand out. Again, it's like a lot of other underdog sports tales. We've seen them all. Space Jam being one of them, and the second one as well. But like, but really, like, yeah, when you watch the movie, you're gonna get Space Jam vibes. But who cares? There are plenty of similar movies out there. It's not necessarily bad for movies to take inspiration from other movies. Although I'm not saying that that's what Goat did. I don't know what went on behind the scenes, but you will get Space Jam vibes when you watch this movie. But yeah, I'd say the story was good. I liked how I mean I liked the main character and how he was able to turn the team around and get them to be better versions of themselves, both in and out of the court. And um, I liked yeah, I just liked the whole underdog narrative. Really, it was cool. It was fun. I liked it. I liked the characters as well. The characters were cool. Again, you got the main character. Actually liked him. Now, to be fair to him, he's not exactly someone who's, I would say, complex. Really, the Jet the Panther lady, no, she's a lot more complex than he is because when you think about it, she's the one with flaws and he's not. He doesn't have very many flaws aside from being pretty flaky with his money because he was struggling with rent in the beginning of the movie. But like, really, like he pretty much doesn't have any flaws, and that does and like I don't think that works against the movie, but it's just something to think about. Like he's kind of a Boy Scout, and he's just one of those Boy Scout characters, um, that are just basically like they just don't have very many flaws. And I'm not saying that's necessarily a bad thing. That's just something I'm pointing out because Jet the Panther actually had a lot more flaws than Will the Goat did, and she overcomes them all. And thankfully like her team wins the championship game. Granted, she ended up basically fucking up her leg because of it, but she was able to get a win, and that mattered to her more than actually being able to play again. Hopefully, she gets to play again. I'm not saying I hope she gets to play again, but we don't know for sure. But we do know that she's gonna suffer some damage from that injury she had. So, but yeah, I think Will's, not being as flawed as the other characters, I think that actually kind of works to his advantage because he's the one that can get the others to be better versions of themselves. So, again, I'm not saying it's necessarily a bad thing, but I'm just pointing out that he's not exactly that complex. But oops, sorry. Why did I type that? I meant the characters were cool. But the other characters were nice as well. I liked the Will's teammates. They're all not very nice to him at first because he's a goat and people look down on small and medium sized animals, especially when it comes to sports like Warball. But thankfully they do respect him over time. They warm up to him and respect him. And yeah. But I like the other Warball players. The giraffe guy, I forgot what the lizard guy, the girl, the rhino guy, even Jet. I liked all of them really. I liked all of them really. And I also liked that horse guy who was basically like the antagonist. Well, I guess an antagonist really. Well, I don't know how to describe. I don't know if he's the sole antagonist, but he was a pretty big antagonist. Because like his team was playing against his team was going to play against Will's team in the championship, so it's like, oh shit. I actually liked him. I thought he was a fun character. Like he's just so rude and aggressive and over the top and in your face. Like he thinks he's hot shit. And in a way he is. So like it's not like he doesn't have the words to back himself up. So I liked his character. And there are other characters I like too, like that bear character that gives Will a hard time at the beginning of the film, but that becomes nicer to him over time, and so on and so forth. So I don't think there's a single character that I didn't like, or at least didn't think was well written. There was also the owner of the Roarball team that Will was playing for. That he was a part of. Like she. I mean, I don't like her, dislike her. I just think she serves her purpose fine in the film. Although there was one thing that didn't make much sense about her because like she literally sold the team off while they were doing well. Like not long after Wills joined the team and started actually getting them to work with him, um, like they were just winning games. After that, they started winning games left and right. Like they were just wins, and wins. But then the owner of the fucking team is like, "Nah, I'm gonna sell them off." I'm like, why would you sell off a team that's actually winning? Like that doesn't make any sense. I just found that so weird because that her selling the team was the reason why Jet like basically regressed and started hogging the ball on the court again. I mean, they won the game. They won that game, but the team fell apart because of it. So I was like, what was the purpose of this? Why did she sell away the whatever? Anyway, but yeah, overall the characters are cool. This movie did a really good job of showing the importance of teamwork in sports and not just putting everything on one player. 100% Maple. That's definitely a good message that the film tries to get across. Tries and succeeds. So, yeah. So yeah, teamwork is important in this movie. I mean, Rollerball is a team sport for a reason. You can't just have one player doing everything. Of course, everybody has different skill sets and different strengths and whatnot, but you all need to work together to to succeed in the sport. Like it's not a one man thing. And Jet, that's an important lesson that Jet has to learn throughout the entire film. So because before Will joined the team, she was basically doing everything. Well, not exactly everything. She was basically the one trying scoring the most, but her team was suffering as a result. So Will was like, nah, bitch. This is not just about you. Okay, okay." Now, to be fair to Jet, like she did this out of insecurity. She just didn't know how to trust other people with the ball. She felt like she had to be the one to do it, to be the one to carry the team to victory. But like, fam, it's not a team if you're the one doing everything. Like, you gotta calm down with that shit. Like with Josh Allen and the Bills. Oh, damn, you invested a real life example. Oh, but yeah, it is annoying how there are literally some teams out there, not just in sports, really, but in really anything that's basically like a team or group effort where literally everything is on one person or two people or whatever. Please stop doing that. Like, you work in teams or groups for a reason, okay? Please stop doing that. Stop. Just stop. Stop it. Get some help. Anyway, but yeah, let's see what else. Yeah, so the characters were cool overall. Voice acting. So the voice acting was mostly good. I would say mostly good. So, except for the main character, I'll get to him in a moment. But really, I thought the voice acting was actually good overall. I can't name a single bad performance, not even from the main character. The main character himself just I didn't like the way I didn't like the way the actor voiced him. I just didn't. I'm sorry. It didn't feel like he was voicing the character. It felt like he was voicing himself. You know how like when you have those actors or voice actors who are just voicing themselves and not the actual character, like it feels that way. That's the case here with with the main character. I just felt like his voice acting was just lackluster. I won't call it. I'm not gonna call it bad. It just felt lackluster though. But everyone else was actually good. Everyone else was good. Like everyone else was good. I actually liked everyone else's performances. Just not so much to go, guys. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention. Like there was also the coach for the Roarball team. You know, the guy who's played by Patton Oswalt, which you will realize the moment he opens his mouth, because Patton Oswalt has been everywhere, really. So, um, so yeah, I liked him. He was a cool character, kind of funny too. But yeah, I would say the characters were mostly cool. The voice acting was mostly good. Yeah, like really, this movie is overall pretty good. There's not much I can say regarding negatives. I thought Caleb McLaughlin was fine in the role, but at times it sounded like he was trying too hard to sound like Miles Morales from the Spider Verse movies, which is even something that someone pointed out in my screening. Yeah, um, it really does feel that way, doesn't it? Like you do get a Miles Morales vibe from that guy, but it's not unlike with Miles Morales. It just doesn't feel natural. It really doesn't. You do get Miles Morales vibes. You do. Like I even felt that way while watching the movie. Now that I think about it, like if he gives off Miles Morales vibes, discount Miles Morales vibes. So so yeah. I wasn't living for that. So yeah. They should have picked somebody else to voice the Goat guy. Somebody with um more range. Anyway, but I mean, he did a serviceable job, so it's whatever. Funny how they had like three Stranger Things actors in here. Seriously, I didn't know that. I never forgot when Patton Oswalt was voiced Remy in Ratatouille, right? Or Jesse from the Minecraft Telltale series. So yeah, like Patton Oswalt has been everywhere. And those are just two of his most iconic roles. Like he's been a lot. Like I said, he's been everywhere. But anyway, Ratatouille, man, that was a shit. I even have a DVD. No, 4K. Is it 4K or Blu-ray? I think it's 4K. Let me see. I need to organize my DVDs because holy shit, this is bad. They were kind of organized before, but now they're just kind of all over the place. Let's see, Ratatouille. It's somewhere here. Oh, it's over here. Yeah, it's 4K. Okay, good. Yeah, I have it in 4K and Blu-ray. And of course, there's a digital code. But anyway, damn. Oh, so those are the three Stranger Things actors? Wow. Interesting. Okay. I think that's anyway, I think that's everything regarding the positives. Like I can't think of any other positives. I think that's it. Like I don't have much to say about this movie, I'm going to be honest, because unlike the first movie we ranted about, I don't have much to say about this movie, but I did like it overall. So, let's see. Art style, humor, story, characters, voice acting, anything else I could mention? Animation. I already mentioned the animation and the art style. Let's see. Oh, music. The music. Yeah, I mean, the music was good. It definitely served the role. It definitely served the story. Both like during the emotional moments and during the exciting rollerball moments. Like the music was overall good. Like definitely handled pretty well throughout the entire film. I can't name a single track that was poorly used. But that again, I think that's it for positives. I can't think of anything else to add. Okay, so all right, yeah, you don't have much to say either for the positives. Okay. All right, so in that case, let's move on to the negatives. And I have a few, but first I'm gonna drink some water. Yeah, see, that's the thing. Um, I guess in a way it's not completely a bad thing because it does work. It does make the movie work. It still works in the end, but Basically, this movie is pretty generic. It's very generic. Like, let's just get that out of the way. Again, I'm not going to say this isn't necessarily a bad thing, but I will put it down as a negative because it's not something. It's something that I can tolerate, but it's not something that I exactly like. So again, this is some of the when I say it's going to be subjective. So yeah, this movie was very generic. Like I said, and like Maple said in the chat, this you like you've seen movies like this plenty of times. Again, you have the underdog narrative in a certain sport. It could be any sport really. Um, like basketball, football, soccer, volleyball, tennis, whatever. Like there's there's always that underdog narrative, and you've seen it plenty of times. Again, not necessarily a bad thing because that's basically a trope, and tropes are just tools for storytelling. It's really how you use the tropes that make your movie stand out, which is kind of the case here. Like, Goat took that trope and made it its own thing, but in the end, it's still pretty generic. It is like you've seen this story plenty of times. You've seen it with Space Jam 1 and 2 and other stories. So really, it doesn't do a whole lot that's different from any other movie like this. Like, it's just pretty generic. So it's not a completely bad thing because in the end it works. It's just not if you're looking for like something that's innovative or unique, you're not gonna find it here. But the problem with that is um with this kind of with the problem with movies like this is that you because they're generic, they're predictable, and you can see story beats coming from a mile away, like Maple said in the chat. So um, it works because there are plenty of generic products out there, plenty of them. They work, you might like them, but at the end of the day, they're just not very different from what you've already tried. It is what it is. And another negative I have about this movie is that again, this movie has predictable story beats. Like aspiring basketball player or whatever sports player wants to be part of a team. Everyone doubts him. He somehow makes it on the team. The other teammates are like, why are you here? But they're like, oh, you're actually the shit. Okay, work. And then they start rising the ranks. Some shit happens that causes them all to split up, and then they come back together, and then they kick ass. Usually, sometimes they still end up failing in the end, but they still come out as a great team. So, like, what the fuck is going on out there? I think someone's fighting out there. Hold on, hang on. My neighbors are screaming at each other. Like, holy shit! Damn, they are really shouting. Oh my god. Oh my god, yeah. There's a fight outside. It's not a physical one. I'm afraid it might turn physical, but so far they're just shouting at each other. I'm not sure if you guys can hear it through the mic. You probably can't, but holy shit. No, I don't live in an apartment. I live in the house. A two-story house with four bedrooms. So now five because one of the one of the empty spaces downstairs has been converted into a room. So it's five bedrooms now. But it's a two-story house. And it's actually in a pretty nice neighborhood. So stuff like this does not it's very rare for fights to be very rare for fights to happen outside my apartment. But it's always from that one house. Like it rarely happens, but when it does, it's always from that one house. Like, damn. Yeah, I can hear them from all the way here. Like they are so loud. Like holy shit. Hmm. I think I might have stopped, but I'm not sure. Oh no, no, I still hear it. I'm gonna try to ignore it. Hopefully it doesn't escalate because that's not something I want to happen, especially while I'm recording and streaming. So if you hear it, I'm sorry, just try to ignore it. It seems to have calmed down a bit, but let's hope it stays that way. Okay, so moving on. Someone got daddy issues, I guess. Someone might call the cops if they keep going. Yeah, because actually it happened to me. Like once while I was coming back from, it was either work or school. I don't remember, but it was like kind of late at night, like 8 or 9 or 10. I saw two girls like fighting outside in like one of the houses in this area, like like half a mile from my house. Well, actually, not like literally just down the street. Like, I was like, oh shit, they're fighting each other. They kind of stopped when I came, when I drove by. I was like, oh shit. But I think they continued after that point. I don't remember if I ever looked back, but like not long after that, I saw the cops there. I was like, oh shit. So, yeah, and I feel like that might happen here, but hopefully it doesn't. But it might. Yeah, it's never a fun day when you get into a fight and the cops have to come. Yeah, I know that from experience because you remember that happened to me once in the grocery store. Remember when I got into an almost physical altercation with a customer at a store who was trying to steal. So like so yeah, like and the cops really came. So yeah, shit, it's not fun. Anyway, no, it's yeah, it is a guy and a girl fighting. Like two a man and woman fighting, like they're screaming at each other. At least that's what I got from out being out there. So yeah, I'm sure there are incidents like that that happen at Six Flags. It's bound to happen. It's an amusement park with a lot of people there. Fight is bound to happen whether we like it or not. And it's the same thing with the grocery store, really. Like that many people in that one spot, something's bound to happen. I even had to break up a fight at my grocery store once. Like literally, it happened late at night, and there were two people outside. One of them was like, one of them like had a limp arm. He couldn't move it, but he and someone else, they were literally about to go at each other. I had to go out there and like put myself between them, like literally push them away from each other. Because like a customer had come up to me and said, I think those two are about to fight out there, and I was like, oh shit. So yeah, that was not a fun night. Um, so yeah, shit happens. Anyway, you almost fought Robert. I would have just called the cops and checked cams. Like, no, see, here's the thing though. See, here's the thing. No, it happened very quickly. It just happened very quickly. Like, like some woman was trying to steal shit out of the grocery store, like packets of water and sports bottles that she didn't scan all of them. So, and when I didn't exactly confront her about it, I just asked to see her receipt. She was being difficult. She just tried to walk out. I followed her and then just grabbed her cart to stop her from leaving the area, which I'm allowed to do. 'Cause I can't touch her, but I can touch her cart and her items, so I can do that. And she got mad and then tried to come at me. I put my hands up to get her to back off, and so it almost turned physical, but it didn't. And like literally, the manager came out and had to like defuse the situation. The cops were called, so yeah, that just wasn't a fun day. Like it just happened very quickly. I didn't even want it to happen. It just happened very quickly. But sorry, I did not mean to get sidetracked. But I think the fighting outside has stopped now, so I think we're good. But yeah, that was just not a good day for me. Anyway, Okay, so yeah, go. It works, but it's generic. So another thing, like I was saying before, I talked about the story beats. Like how they're, like the aspiring player who's basically the underdog joins a team. The team becomes successful. They have a falling out. They come back together and then they win. Usually, sometimes they lose anyway, but they come out. But either way, they come out the stronger for it. They come out stronger in the end. Um, so let's talk about the falling out that the team had, the breakup. The third act shit like that that certain people such as Dumpsville don't like, which I understand. But I mean, technically, it's a trope. It works. If it works, it works. It's going to be part of a story like this. It's just an inevitability. So at some point, like the team falls apart again because of Jet's selfishness with the ball on the court. She was afraid that she had just found out that the team was going to be sold off to or had already been sold off to somebody else that really messed with her head. So she didn't trust her teammates during the game and basically took the ball away from them, even pushing them aside or whatever, just so she could get the ball and score the points. And she scored all the points, but they won the game. But the team got pissed at her, and then they all just said, "Okay, screw you," and then they left. And so she ended up having to go back to every single person and making them and like apologize to them and whatever. My issue with that is that it felt rushed. The falling out thing was done well, but the coming back together part, the reunion thing, no, it wasn't done well in my opinion. Like it felt like it happened too quickly. It felt kind of unearned. Like it just felt like something that it felt like something that happened way too easily. Like it should have. It just happened too quickly. Like it was just like she like Jet made them all mad, but then she goes and apologizes to them, and then it's like okay, they're back on the team. It's like that was too quick. Like that part should have been fleshed out more because it just feels shallow for it to be over that quickly. So so yeah, like they could have fleshed that part out more because I think that's really only the one issues I have with the one issue I have with this film. Just the whole falling apart and coming back together thing. It was just it was really just the reunion part that was rushed. Like the movie was not. I don't think the movie was 2 hours. Here, let me look it up. I don't think it was 2 hours. So they could have spent a bit more time on that part. But how long was it? 1 hour 40 minutes. Okay, so they could have like spent another 5 or 10 minutes on that part. It just felt like it just felt like it happened too quickly. Like like the whole flying out thing was pretty serious business. Like it was an intense scene. Like Jet won the game, but she fucked up badly. So for everyone to just be together again, like almost like nothing ever happened, is just crappy storytelling. Like I'm sorry, it just felt so shallow. Like that part should have been fleshed out more. Jet should have had to work harder to get her teammates' trust back because what she did was pretty messed up. So especially and what really stung about it was that she had done it for so long, and just when she started letting everyone else get a chance to play, to have the ball and score, she went back to her old ways. So yeah, I just thought the breakup could have been not the break. The breakup was fine, but coming back together, the reunion part, no, just no. Do better. Like with that, just do better with that, please, Sony. Do better. But but yeah, that's how I feel about that part. It just felt so shallow. It did. So I just didn't think it felt earned. And again, the movie was 40 minutes short of 2 hours. They could have spent more time on that part. If it had reached the 2 hour mark already, I would have just let it slide. But no, like it's 1 hour 40 minutes. You could have added a bit more to the runtime. So yeah, I'm putting that down as a negative. I think that's the only negative I can think of aside from the movie's genericness. let me just say, uh, how do I need to phrase this because the breakup was fine, but the reunion was not. Let's do that. I'll say it was kind of shallow and rushed because it was only the reunion part that was the issue. So, yeah, I mean, there were nice. There were some nice parts in it, like when Jet and Will reunited because Jet was like the first. She went to Will first, which makes sense. Um, like, and she was able to get his trust back. Like, I thought that part was actually done well, but her getting the trust of everyone else back, like that, those parts felt rushed. But her part with Will was actually fine. Like that was fine, but everything else, like getting back her other teammates, no, you need to do a bit more than that, honey. You need to do a bit more than that. But yeah, that's all I have to say about that. I can't think of any other negatives. Really, it's just these two negatives that I have in mind because I don't have a lot to say about this movie, both positive and negative. Well, I do have a lot of positive things to say about it. Not very many negatives, but it's not like the Mario Galaxy movie where I had a shit ton of negatives to talk about and spent like 30 minutes talking about them. So, yeah, oops. The only other cons I have is that the pacing felt too breathtaking at times. Yeah, that kind of ties into my point, really, about the whole reunion part being rushed. Like, they could have slowed down with that part. But honestly, though, I don't think. I could be wrong about this. I should probably rewatch the movie at one point just to be sure. But um, I honestly didn't think the pacing was that bad. Though, yeah, now think about it now, I guess I could have slowed down some things here and there. Like it could have used a bit more time to breathe. Like again, the movie had it was 20 minutes short of 2 hours. They could have used that. They could have used that like 15 or even the full 20 minutes to to let things to let things like progress a bit more slowly. Because see, the problem with movies like this is that if you make the pacing too quickly, people won't have time to digest and process things, which in a way can make the movie more enjoyable because it's like you see this awesome moment, but you're not giving enough time to process it, so you don't get to fully experience and appreciate it. So yeah, um, the movie could have slowed down a bit with this pacing. Slow down a bit. Slow down. Some of the modern jokes didn't really work for me, aka the screaming goat gag. Yeah, I didn't like that either. It was very cringe. Like it was so cringe, actually, like extremely cringe. Especially when everybody was doing it in the end. I was like, stop, stop, just stop, stop. It's not working. Stop trying to make it work. It's not going to work. Stop. But anyway, let's see. The pacing could have been a bit slower, and the screaming goats gag. And this is just my opinion because I know some people liked it. I didn't. It was cringe. It was just cringe. Cringe. It just felt too obvious. Yeah, it's not only cringe, like it's just on the nose, too on the nose. So, no, just stop. Anyway, yeah, I don't have any other negatives. I think that's it. Yeah, yeah, I don't hear anything outside. The fine has definitely stopped. Thank God. But like, that's like how many? That's like the third time that's happened within the last year or so. Like, damn. But anyway, yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed Goat. It was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. It doesn't do a lot that's different. It barely does anything that's different, really. Well, I mean, it does do a few different things to make it stand out, but at the end of the day, it's still the same old story we've seen plenty of times. Again, not necessarily a bad thing because stories have been doing this kind of thing ever since the dawn of time. a lot of stories are basically just different versions of other stories, like just basically repackaged or reworked or whatever. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. But the thing is that some stories have a way to stand out, and Goat kind of does stand out. But it's really more of its art style and animation that makes it stand out, not really the storytelling, because the storytelling does not make it stand out. It just doesn't. But the animation and art style definitely. So it might be generic, but at least it's still enjoyable, and at least it's a recognizable film. Okay, so there are a few flaws with Goat, but they weren't enough to ruin the movie. Not even close. All right, so we move on to Hoppers. Yes, Hoppers. Okay, this was the I watched this last week, so it's still fresh in my mind. Um, I have I don't really have a lot to say about this movie either, because although if I'm gonna be honest, I thought that it was going to be shit because the trailers were so fucking terrible for it. Oh my god. Whoever marketed this movie, you need to be fired. You really need to be fired. You suck at marketing. You suck. You suck. So yeah, don't do it again. But but the movie itself was actually a lot better than what the trailers made it out to be. Like literally everybody had the same kind of reaction. It's like people thought, oh, this movie's gonna suck. And then they're watching, it's like, oh, okay, Pixar, I see you. So yeah. Yeah, like this movie is way better than what the trailer made out to be. I went into the movie with low ass expectations. Low ass expectations. Not as low as, say, actually probably lower than the Mario Galaxy movie, to be honest. Or maybe just as low, but I had low expectations for this and for the Mario Galaxy movie. Though I didn't have low expectations for it, but I didn't think it was going to be as good as everyone thought. And I was right, but I still enjoyed it. So, yeah. Anyway, Hoppers. Hmm. What can we say about Hoppers? Because it is such a wild film. Like it starts off pretty tame, but then it just cranks up in absurdity fairly early on. And I was like, damn, Pixar went out there. Like they went off. Like they definitely this movie is definitely experimental. Like not just like in a number of ways. In more ways than one, it's experimental. But um but yeah, sorry, I'm reading what Maple has put down in the chat. Yeah, that's the thing. Like when you first watch Hoppers, like it kind of does feel like it's what the trailer's made out to be. But like, of course, second half, it's like, oh shit, okay, okay, this is actually okay work. Okay, I see you, Pixar. This is actually good. 'Cause that's how I felt. That was how I felt when I first watched the movie. I was like, at first, I was like, mm, this movie's just, no, it's the trailers definitely made it not look very good, and it doesn't feel very good. But towards the second half, it's like, oh, wait, no, hold up, I was wrong. This actually isn't terrible. And then, like, the more you watch, it's like, oh wow, I actually enjoyed this. Okay, okay. So yeah, like it has a weak start. Not like it definitely has a weak start, but then it becomes better, a lot better later in the movie. So it's like, from what I've heard, it's like Avatar: The Last Airbender, where people just didn't like the first few episodes, but then after that, the series just like just goes up in quality. I don't remember the first few episodes. I'm gonna be honest; it's been so many years, but it's like that here with Hoppers, where it's like weak start but very strong finish. Yeah, you have to be patient with this movie because it does have a very weak start. Like I was like at the beginning, I was like, this movie's kind of lame. But then, like you watch more and it's like, oh, okay, okay, damn. But yeah, like enough with his voice. It really is a wild, like it's what a wild ride. It's definitely a wild ride. So let's talk about the positives. Okay, the animation. It's great. I mean, it's Pixar. Of course, it's going to be great. But the animation is great. It was great. Sorry, I should be using the past tense. The animation was great. Um, I just thought it was great. Like it's definitely the animation art style. Let me put both down. I actually like both the animation and the art style. Like they worked really well for the film. Like they weren't too colorful. Like and they weren't too colorful. The film wasn't too colorful, but it wasn't too either. Like what was the right? It was like it was a nice mix of like being pretty to look at, but not too pretty. I don't know how to describe it, but really, I thought the art style worked for it. So, and the animation was also pretty good. Like I liked the animation a lot. It was just very good, very good. But again, it's Pixar. Of course, it's going to be good. So, yeah, yeah, the movie looks good. Um, it's animated very well. Like it's also quite dynamic too. Like the characters are definitely very expressive, and the action scenes are definitely color. The action scenes are definitely cool, colorful, um, dynamic. Like they like Pixar did a good job with them. This I wouldn't say this is the best or most exciting looking movie I've ever seen, but it's definitely I would say it's up there, at least to some degree. Again, not the most impressive thing I looked at, but still impressive nonetheless. So yeah. Um let's see. Anything else? Oh yeah, there is a cringeworthy reference to the Avatar to one of the to the Avatar movie series. So yeah, I was gonna mention that later. But yeah, there is a cringeworthy reference to the Avatar movies for some reason. Well, I mean, it does make sense for the movie to reference it. I just don't like the way they went about doing it. But anyway, yeah, it's a wacky movie, but it's able to be wacky, but without being too overbearing. Like it's like it knows when to reel in the wackiness and to just let it go, to let it like just like to let it to unleash it, like to let it go. um. So yeah, that's also a good point, Maple. I thought the story was good. I think this can just tie into the next point in my stream, my rant stream. The story was good, actually. Like I wouldn't say it was the greatest thing ever, but it was definitely good. Um, it definitely did a good job of showcasing the different viewpoints of all the characters that were affected by the whole environmental crisis in the film, like the whole environmental conflict, which at one point becomes a crisis. but yeah, like really, like it doesn't lean too hard on one person's viewpoint or philosophy or whatever. Everybody has an opinion on the matter. Everybody explains why they feel the way they feel or why they do what they do. It's not black and white, which I appreciate. because Mabel, the main character, who who um who very much loves nature, especially this one area that she and her grandma used to visit when she was a kid. Like she wants to save it from being turned into a place for highway because the mayor of the city wanted to build a highway right through that area. There were no animals living in it at the time, but that was because they had all been driven out by by the mayor himself using special devices that made special speaker devices that would be mounted on fake trees, and these drove the animals away because like they just hated that sound. So so yeah, Mabel doesn't like that the animals are being driven away from the glade. That's the place that the mayor wants to build a highway over. So she decides to rally the animals to find a way to stop the mayor. But then the plot, becomes a lot more complicated than that as you go further down the line. But like as you watch the movie more and more, things do start becoming more complicated. But that's how the movie starts, and like literally, it's not just the movie doesn't always paint Mabel in the right. I mean, it clearly wants her to succeed, but at the same time, it doesn't want her to like be the only one that wins. If that makes sense. Because the other mayor, because the mayor, the guy, like he wanted to like he really thought that building a highway around the city would help make things easier for people. I mean, it honestly wouldn't have because it would have saved people only 4 minutes. He said it himself in the fucking film, but he thought it was important nonetheless, and he really felt like he had to build it, and people were even encouraging him to build it. I think so. So one can understand where he's coming from too, especially when he actually did try to like he didn't what he did to the animals wasn't right, but at least he tried to like get them out of the way before building the highway over that area, so that way they wouldn't have been killed by it. But like, so that's something. But like, what he still did wasn't cool. But we can at least see now that he feels like a highway would be good for the city. So he has his viewpoint. Mabel has his viewpoint. But at some point they do come to a bit of an understanding and try to like work with each other to find a solution, which involves just routing the highway around the glade. Which to me made me go, duh. Like, obviously you could just do that. Like I was thinking that throughout the entire film. I was like, you could just reroute the highway. You don't have to have it go through the glade. I mean, granted you'd waste like more time and resources like having to tear down certain parts of the highway just to be able to reroute it around that spot. But it's like that's still better than, just like that's still a solution, right? Like you can just reroute the highway. Like instead of having to go through this, just go have it go around the glade. So like I was like, duh, but because like what it's like see because the ironic thing is that there ends up being a fire at that area, like the glade area, and it ended up destroying the whole area, the whole nature, like literally all of that, all the nature in it, as well as like the pieces of the highway that were close to that area. So really, everybody lost that in the end. So oops. So it's like yeah, you guys should have just rerouted it. But like I'm not gonna say that's bad writing exactly, because the thing is that if they had thought of that from the very beginning, then we wouldn't have a plot, right? So it is what it is. So yeah. Oh yeah, I should also point out that the scientists themselves, the ones that created this kind of apparatus to allow people um to allow people to like um possess robot animal bodies and to communicate with the animals, they also had some understandable motives too. Like they like Mabel wanted to use their technology to um to get the animal to rally animals to save the glade. But the scientists didn't want that. They didn't want Mabel upsetting the natural order of things or whatever. Because what they were doing was already upsetting the natural order, if we're going to be honest. But to be fair, like they were really only trying to just observe the animals. They weren't trying to like mess with anything. But Mabel was like, "Nah, we can use this for good." So Mabel isn't always portrayed in the right. Really, nobody is. But that's what I appreciate about this film. Like everybody actually kind of has a point, and like the scientists outright point out to Mabel that the way she's going about doing things is pretty reckless, and she's right. Like, and they're right. She is going about in a reckless manner. So yeah, basically, like it's not a black and white movie. It's nuanced. Everybody has a point. Even the animals themselves have reasons for feeling the way they do because they don't all think the same. So so props to movies for not like just making it black and white where Mabel is basically the hero and the mayor is the evil guy when it's really not that simple. So I will give a points for that. So the story was good in that it wasn't predictably black and white. But yeah, damn, I'm still kind of tired, but not super tired though, just slightly tired, but not to the point where where I will fall asleep. But anyway, yeah, props to Pixar for trying to provide a nuanced take for stories like this, where somebody wants to save the environment, but but um but like but like their plan to do it is pretty reckless or whatever, but they're portrayed as the one typically portrayed as the one in the right. And the evil corporation or the evil mayor or the evil or whatever, like they just want to like destroy the environment, so why not? No, Pixar was like, let's not do that this time. Let's actually provide a nuanced take on things. So good on you for doing that, Pixar. Then again, you've almost always made good movies, so I shouldn't be surprised. Anyway, hmm. Okay, so any other positives? Sorry, I was just thinking about something. Anyway, the animation art style story, the voice acting, I would say the voice acting was good. Really, like I can't think of a bad performance. I thought everybody was pretty good. So I don't see that's the thing. I don't have much to say about this movie aside from the story. That's it. But really, yeah, the voice acting was good. I can't name a single bad role. Really, I don't think there are any bad voice actors in any of these movies except for Goats, like the guy who played the goat, the goat guy, Will. I mean, I won't say he's bad, but fam, do better. Um, but yeah, the voice acting here was pretty solid. Um, okay, so sorry, my mind just keeps going off to other movies or stories that I guess because like what I'm talking about keeps reminding me of those things. Anyway, let's see. So animation, art style, story, voice acting, the characters. Let's talk about the characters, I guess. The characters were okay. So Okay, this one that might be. How do I describe this? Because like there were plenty of good characters, but there were some characters that were just like, they were just meh. I'd say they're overall good. Like there were a few not very interesting ones, or a few basic ones, like the bear, for example. But sorry, I know that there's a celebrity talent behind that voice, but your character is just kind of basic. Anyway, but yeah, I'd say the characters were overall good. I liked a lot of them. I liked um I liked Mabel. I liked the mayor. Actually, yeah, I actually did like the mayor. Um, I liked. Oh, sorry, I forgot to mention one thing. One thing that adds to Maple's point about the movie, and my point about the movie not being black and white, is that the mayor isn't the only antagonist in the film. He's actually not the only one. No, like some of the animals are actually antagonists too. Like they want to actually destroy humans for destroying their or driving them out of their property. Like, which Mabel also wants to stop. Like, she wants to stop the mayor from getting what he wants. She wants to stop those animals from getting what they want. Like, she wants there to be peace for everyone, basically. So again, that ties into the whole movie not being like just about one right and one wrong perspective. No, it's a lot more nuanced than that. Again, I appreciate that. But going back to the characters, yeah, I like the characters. I liked Mabel. I liked the mayor. I liked the scientists who created that technology called hoppers, hence the movie Hoppers, where your mind shifts to a robot animal that you can possess. You can go and talk to animals and communicate and spend time with them or whatever. I liked what was his name? I forgot what the beaver's name was, but I liked him. Like actually, I really like the Beaver character. Not gonna lie, the other Beaver character. I don't mean Mabel and her Beaver body. Well, she was cool in her Beaver body. Like I'm talking about like the other Beaver character, the Beaver King. I actually liked him a lot. He was one of my favorite characters in the film. I just loved his personality, and I thought his voice actor did a great job with him. Like I just liked that character a lot. He was just so wholesome. He was, and it broke my heart when he found out that Mabel was actually a robot beaver. He just seemed so sad. Like he even turned to the dark side. He wanted to join the other animals in destroying the humans. But thankfully he snapped out of that pretty quickly. So yeah, there are a lot of good characters here. Some basic ones, but some good ones. I also like the Animal Council. They were funny. They were funny as hell. They were. And they also managed to be intimidating too. Like they were the types you did not want to mess with. Because they literally could rally an animal army. And no joke, they even call this one big ass shark who could literally end anyone. And I love how the shark character was actually pretty funny. I liked her because she acts all nice before she tries to eat you. Before she tries to end you. I'm not joking. It's like she's all like, "Hi, please pull over in your car so I can eat you." Then she tries to eat you. I was like, "Damn. Oh, okay, okay." Like she's like she's like a flight attendant and a predator mixed into one. It's scary, but it works. It's funny as hell. So yeah, like there are a lot of good characters here. Not gonna lie. Oh, John Hammond's from your home state. Oh, nice, Maple. The humor. Okay, yeah, let's go on to the humor. So the humor was actually good. Like same thing with the Goat movie. Like it was overall good. Um, I would say that was a little. I would say that the Go movie had slightly better humor. If I'm going to be honest, like I laughed more at the Go movie than at Hoppers, but the Hoppers was still pretty funny. Not all the jokes landed. Some of them didn't, but a lot of them did. Many of them did. I would say that there were a lot more hits than misses. And like no joke, I was thinking of that moment. What the moment that Maple brought up in the chat where where Mabel accidentally kills like the fly. Was it no, not the fly. Was it the butterfly? Yeah, the butterfly. The butterfly, yeah. Like there like the butterfly was part of the animal council. I forgot what who the members of the animal council were, but Mabel accidentally like the butterfly was like Mabel was trying to like tell the animals in the animal council to like not want like to just don't try to kill the humans. Like that's just not the way. Of course, the butterfly is like, "Well, you told us that we should stand up against them." She's Mabel's like, "No, I didn't say exactly. I didn't say like to go and destroy them." But the butterfly didn't want to have any of that, so she kept like trying to get in Mabel's face and even like tried tackling her a few times, and then Mabel to get the butterfly to stop tackling Mabel. Mabel just literally just fucking squashed the butterfly with her hands. It was an accident, but she fucking squashed the butterfly in her hands. Like literally straight up killed the butterfly. And that made everybody in the area so shocked. Like everyone in the council as well as the audience. And the Beaver King himself. They were all so shocked. It was so funny. I'm not gonna lie, it was so sudden. I wasn't expecting it. Really, everyone in the movie was like, "Oh shit!" And some people were even laughing. Like I was laughing my ass off. Mabel, like it took a moment for Mabel to realize what she had done. She was like, "Oh shit!" Because he even tried to wipe it off on the wall. I was like, "Oh shit!" I was like, "Oh shit, Mabel, what did you just do?" So that was definitely like that was probably the funniest moment in the movie for me. He straight up like just unalived a butterfly, an important member of the Human Council, and she just went and unalived it. It was an accident, but she unalived it. And basically like all the animals in the council and in the audience, like the whole geographical area, they all went after her and the Beaver King. I was like, they chased those two out of the area. I was like, oh damn, Mabel. That was when Mabel knew he fucked up. That was like the main turning point in the movie. Yeah, it was. It really was because literally things escalate from there. Things do escalate from there. Like, yeah, that movie was definitely something. It was definitely something. Like, it actually got quite dark at certain points. I mean, it's still family friendly and fun overall, but like, yeah, like it actually it pulled the DC comics and actually got dark at certain points. So, anyway, it gave the same vibes of Peter and Spider-Sense mode in No Way Home. Yeah, I guess you could say that. Did y'all watch the Minecraft movie? Despite being out for almost a year, I have yet to watch it. I watched it. Don't waste your money on it. It's just not worth it. That's all I'm going to say on the matter. But anyway, yeah, the humor was actually pretty good in this film. But yeah, that moment where Mabel just fucking squashed the butterfly. Oh my god! I was like, what the fuck, Mabel? Like me, my cousin, and our boyfriend and her boyfriend. Like she, she. Oh my god! We all were like, oh my god, what the fuck? Damn. But anyway, that's just that. I think that's yeah. The humor was good. The characters were good. The voice acting was good. The story was good. The animation art style were great. Is there anything else I'm missing? I feel like I'm missing something. I really should have like a checklist for this shit, so I don't have to keep looking through the fucking PowerPoints. Let's see. Presentation, sorry. Because PowerPoint is something that's only in Microsoft. Anyway, oh, the music. Well, the music was like the music. The music. Oh, I accidentally revealed the ratings I gave these movies. Oh well, whatever. So the music. I don't even remember the soundtrack for this movie. If I'm going to be honest. So should I even comment on the music? Because I really don't remember what it sounded like. I don't. I guess I'll say the music was fine. I'll just say that because I don't recall. I don't remember it being bad, but I don't think anything stood out to me. So I guess it was fine. Um, I think that's it for the positives. Really, this movie was solid overall. Are there any negatives? I think there was one. There was one, but I forgot what it was. One that I personally had, but I forgot what it was. Speaking of the Minecraft movie, Sluggy Man, I know I told you not to waste your money on it, but I did because I literally went and got the limited edition steelbook just for collection purposes. I was like, oh, there's a Minecraft movie. I don't like the movie, but I wouldn't mind holding it and having a steelbook of it. So I went and did that. Here, let me show you the steelbook. So I was like, I wasted my money on it, but you don't have to. So yeah, here's the steelbook. If I can show it, let me take this slip off. Yeah, so there's the steelbook for the Minecraft movie. I can't hold this thing worth a damn. And when you open it, of course, I'm going to take this insert out so I don't show you guys the code. I've already used the code. I always use the digital code right away. But let me take that out. But yeah, you can see the Minecraft movie steelbook. This is what it looks like on the inside. And yeah, it's a nice steelbook. I'm just collecting steelbooks left and right. I even have a steelbook of the Wild Robot. Oh, here, let me show you. I got it yesterday, actually. Hang on. Let me show you guys. I meant to announce it in Discord, but I forgot. So, and I use the digital code for this too. So even if I show you the code, you're not going to be able to use it, bitches. But anyway, but yeah, like, I'm sorry if you can't see that, but Maple was like, "Hey, why don't you get a steelbook of this, or at least a movie?" I'm like, "Okay, fuck it, why not?" I think he just said the movie, but I was like, "Let me get the steelbook, fuck it." So yeah, the Wild Robot, and this is what it looks like on the inside. Wow, look at that! I haven't watched the movie yet. I will watch it this week, but I just want to get it. I just want to get the steelbook for it. Look at that! It looks cool and shit. Oh my god! I probably should have switched like screens so that you guys could see the stuff better, but yeah, whatever. This was limited edition, so fuck that. So I have a steelbook for Zootopia, the Wild Robot, the Minecraft movie. Not, I'm sorry, I have the Steel Zootopia 2 steelbook, not the first Zootopia steelbook, but the second one, because the first one is hella expensive. But the second one is it's expensive, but it's not like that expensive. It's like $120, which is better than like the 500 I see for the first movie steelbook. And I also have like what the Venom, all the Venom movies I have as steelbooks actually. I think all of them. Yeah, all of them are steelbooks. Oh, I also have Spider-Man No Way Home. That's a steelbook. Um, I'm looking at the other steelbooks I have. Oh yeah, I have Sonic 3. That's a steelbook. I think that's it. Just those movies. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's just those movies. Hmm. I feel like I. No, yeah, I'm pretty sure that's it. One, no, I already covered that one. Never mind. Never mind. Yeah, that's all of them. I mean, I also have the Amazing Spider-Man 2 movie collection. That's not a steelbook though. It's a special kind of book, but it's not a steelbook. But I guess that counts as a special edition. Maple's like, why? Because I was bored. Fuck it. I know you're talking about the Minecraft movie, but it's fine. I mean, I don't mind. Some things I just collect for purpose for some things I just get for collection purposes, even though they're shitty. Like some of the Just Dance games. Anyway, it doesn't look or seem right for Jack Black to play Steve. I agree. It really doesn't. But yeah, I have all these movies now. Okay. Well, anyway, yeah, Hoppers has a lot of positives, negatives. There was a negative I was. What was I literally forgot what the negative was. Crap, I should have written it down. I really should have written this down. Fuck. Mm. Well, can you guys think of any negatives? Because I think I only had one, but I don't even remember what it was. I really do not remember. I remember. Fuck. Oh, there's another steelbook I have. It's Spider-Man. I think it's which one is it? It's uh oh yeah, it's Across the Spider-Verse. I forgot. Yeah, I have the Across the Spider-Verse steelbook. Not Into the Spider-Verse. That one's just a regular 4K and Blu-ray thing. But for Across the Spider-Verse, yeah, I do have a steelbook for that. So that's well, I guess three Spider-Man movies I have special editions for. But yeah, okay. I think that's it for all the steelbooks. Um, but anyway, I'm trying to think of negatives for this film. Hoppers. I mean, hmm. I'm trying to remember what was the one negative I had about it. I can't remember. Fuck. Maybe you guys can think of one because I literally forgot. It did take a little while to find its footing for me, particularly at the beginning. Once the premise is set up and there's one or two cringeworthy lines about how aware it is of its own absurd premise. Yeah, that line. I'm sorry, that line was just cringe. It was cringe. But yeah, I will say that the movie has. I guess that's one thing I was thinking about talking about. The movie had does have a very weak start. It had a weak start. It just did. Like you come in with low expectations. You watch the movie and it's like it just doesn't have a very good start. But it does find its footing. It does find its footing eventually. But like, see, the thing about movies like this is that you want the things that you want your movie to be good right from the get go. You don't want it to like take a while to find its footing because at that point, like, it might be too late for like at that point, like people might just give up. You know, it's like if it takes a while for something to get good, then that's not a good thing. But thankfully, the movie doesn't take that long to get good. Thankfully, but it does take a while. So yeah, just keep that in mind when you watch it. Like, if you've seen the trailers, you're gonna think, "Oh, yeah, this movie was as lame as I thought it was gonna be." But then you watch more and more of it, and it's like, "Oh, wait, no, I was wrong." So, hmm, anything else? I'm trying to think of because, I think I even asked Google. I even looked this up on Google. Google, what are the most common criticisms of hoppers? But oh, hey, Shio Tehe. I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce that. But hi, and welcome to the stream. Anyway, I'm trying to remember. I don't know. For apparently Google says that the film has some tonal inconsistency. I personally don't think it does. It's pretty lighthearted throughout most of the film, though there are some dark moments. But I don't think the film is tonally inconsistent because I've seen some totally inconsistent shit before, and I don't think this movie is like that. So I don't agree with that point. I don't know. Like I see all these negatives here, and I don't agree with any of them. So really, like that's it. I don't have much to say about this movie otherwise. I tried to like prepare for this stream. I tried to watch like a review or two or read a review. I tried to watch a review. I tried to read a review of this movie. I just I don't know. I just had the hard time thinking of negatives. That's not to say the movie is good. Like I mean, it's great. Like amazing. I mean, it just means that there aren't many negatives for me to talk about. But that's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing. But I really can't think of any other negatives other than the movie's really weak start and poor promotion. But the poor promotion isn't the movie's fault, so I can't count that as a negative. So really, I don't know. I really don't know. I think that's all I have left to say. Like, it just has a very weak start. And yeah, a few of the characters are just kind of basic, that too, but I don't want to put that down as like a negative um by itself because I think the characters are mostly good. So I think that point should be made. And I guess the wacky animation may not be everyone's cup of tea. Not even just the wacky animation, like just the wacky storytelling as well, because the story does kind of go off the rails. I wouldn't say, well, maybe off the rails isn't the right term, but it does get wackier and crazier later down the line. So So yeah, that's also another thing. And some people definitely didn't like the dark moments in the story. They thought it ruined the overall lighthearted nature. But I was like, guys, it's fine for a story to have stuff like this. Like it's not like the story was just flip-flopping back and forth between drama and comedy. Like it was mostly comedy. But but whatever. Like I didn't think it was totally inconsistent at all. But yeah, there's definitely some wacky animation storytelling going on here, but I honestly didn't mind it. I thought it was handled pretty well for the most part. Like the movie, this is funny because the movie that I was like the least excited to talk about is the one that I have the least that I have the fewest negative things to say about. Like it just it's funny, but yeah. Um yeah, I guess that's it really. I'll just leave it at that. I don't have anything else left to say. Maybe I'll think of something later down the line, but we're getting close to the end here, so it's whatever. But yeah, Hoppers, solid film overall. So, comments. I guess Hoppers was poorly advertised, but and promoted. But well, I mean, I guess that's really the same thing. But let's just say poorly promoted. Whatever, poorly promoted, but it ended up being a solid film. Oh, I enjoyed the Mario Galaxy movie, Super Mario Galaxy movie, but it could have been better. Goats. was nice, but it was pretty formulaic. Although I want to stress, however, that that's not necessarily a bad thing. It's not necessarily a bad thing for a film to be formulaic or even predictable or generic, because that's the kind of stuff that works. Because here's the thing, though, like being experimental often involves taking risks, like trying to figure out what works for your story and what doesn't, and the results can often be and are often they can be and often are polarizing. Like you see this with DreamWorks all the time. They're not afraid to experiment and do things that they've never done before, all that stuff. But their films tend to lack consistency in terms of quality as a result. So having films that are like that try to like push the envelope regarding filmmaking and storytelling, like you get more innovative films that way, but at the same time you get more flops. So there's a trade off. Like you can play it safe, which is not necessarily a bad thing, but if you do that and don't try to experiment, you're not going to grow. You're just not. So so that's just something I should point out. So if go it may be generic and formulaic, but it works. So I will give it that. It's not experimental, but it doesn't necessarily have to be. I meant to say Hoppers was poorly promoted, but it ended up being a solid film. Excuse me. Okay. Yeah. But anyway, my ratings. So I really did not know what to rate these. I just gave them eight and a halves overall. But I might change these. Now that I think about it, I think I'm just gonna give the Super Mario Galaxy movie a 7.5 out of 10. But what did I give the first one? I have to go back and look. Oh, what did I give the first one? I could go and look right now. Yeah, Hoppers was definitely not one of Pixar's best films. Sorry, but it's not on the same level as Soul or Up. But but it is a solid film. It just is. Okay, let me look. I want to. I'm just curious. Like, what did I give the first? What rating did I give the first movie? I can look it up really fast. So let me look it up. Okay. Okay. So I gave the Super Mario Brothers movie a 7 out of 10, which I thought was a seven. And I thought that was the case. Like I was like, did I give it a seven? I felt like I gave it a seven. So yeah, I gave it a seven. So this one gets a 7 out of 5 from me. I'm sorry, 7.5 out of 10, because I found it slightly more engaging. Again, this is just something that's subjective. Sorry to be objective, this would get like a 6 out of 10. But but like because I liked it more, I'll give it a 7.5 out of 10. So that's like just a slight increase. Hoppers gets mm, I think I'll leave it at 8.5. I guess I'll give Goats mm, maybe I'll just leave it at 8.5. Either 8 or 8.5. I feel like Hoppers and Goat could be 8 or 8.5. I guess I'll be nice and give them both 8.5s. Yeah, I'll just be nice and give them 8.5s. Um, hmm. Anything else? I felt like there was something else I want. I, I was I just remember. I'm always my mind's all over the place. I just thought of something and I forgot what it was. Okay, but Yeah. So to me, anything that's a seven or above is a success. So all these movies were successful to me. But if it's less than a seven, I don't consider it a success. Like if it's like if it's like if it's like six, if it's like between a six and a seven, or actually more like I guess I'll be like a little generous here. If it's between a five and a seven, I'm gonna call it passable. If it's between seven and a nine, it's good, and it's between nine and ten, it's great, or even amazing. But if it's anything that's less than a five, gets like I just consider it a total flop. Like if it's between five and seven, I won't call it a flop, but I won't call it great either. But that's just my personal. That's just the way I rank things. I rate things. Yeah, I rate things that way. But that's really it for this stream. Ooh, 6 likes. Yay. Thank you guys. That means a lot to me because I know a lot of you want to know what my thoughts were on these movies. So, yeah, I like the Super Mario. I don't like the Super Mario Galaxy movie less um now than I did before. I still like it a lot, but yeah, like my opinion of it is a bit more negative now, basically. But it worked. It worked as a film, so I will give it that. But yeah, that's it for this stream. I liked all the films. I thought they were all good. I recommend you all watch them. You'll have a good time. Of course, they all have problems, but like they're like you'll enjoy them regardless. That's really all I have left to say. I actually didn't even want to do this today. I said it earlier, but yeah, I was just so tired. I was like, ugh. Not like, and I had just taken a nap too, and I still felt tired, but like not tired enough to like completely fall asleep again. But I'm glad I did it because I wanted to do it with the Mario Galaxy movie still fresh in my mind, even though I hadn't realized all the problems with it until Maple brought them up. I was like, damn, Maple, you're right. Oh my God. But but yeah, that's it. Again, I recommend you all watch these movies. You might like them because I did. So if you don't, that's okay. But if you do, great. So we got that out of the way. Um, as to what else I could do a rant stream about in the future. Well, since I got the Wild Robot just now, as well as Despicable Me 4 and Migration, I guess I could cover those three movies next. But I'll worry about that later. It might be next. It might be next weekend. It might be the weekend afterwards. We'll see. Yeah, I wanted to do this tonight because Easter's tomorrow. Yeah, totally fair. I forgot that tomorrow was Easter. So I was like, yeah, it's better I just do it now. I don't really want to wait another week to do this. And tomorrow's a holiday. I was like, fuck it, let's just do it. Because I've just been pretty busy lately, not gonna lie. Like with with a crazy morning shift that I don't normally work, making me tired as hell at work. And then like having to go to my cousin's apartment not long after that, despite not having a lot of sleep, and spending the rest of the day with her there, and then having to uh, and then for Saturday, like having to work the same goddamn morning shift, and then coming back home and passing out, eating, and then eating, and then like doing the stream. Yeah, it's been a pretty busy weekend for me, but yeah, but yeah, like it's cool. We got everything done, so we're good. Maybe finally getting around to doing Sonic 3 and the Knuckles show. Ooh, thank you for reminding me. I will do that. That will be its own thing. Sonic 3 and the Knuckles show. Of course, I'll rewatch Sonic 3, but Sonic will, and I need to watch Knuckles show because I have that. I just haven't gone around to watching it, but I already showed you guys that I have the 4K copy of it. It is a 4K thing, right? I don't even remember where I put it, but it's somewhere. It's somewhere on this shelf. Oh, it's right here. Actually, hang I have it right here. Damn, it's collected dust. I haven't even opened up the wrapping yet, but yeah, like um, but yeah, I will cover Sonic 3 and the Knuckles show at one point. Hmm. AKA the Wade Whipple show. Are a bunch of retail stores going to be closed tomorrow? I don't know. I mean, I've heard that my store, I think it's going to close early, which has never happened to me before. Like normally we just we're like completely open on Easter. We don't our grocery store doesn't close normally doesn't close early for Easter. The only time it closes normally is for Thanksgiving Day and Christmas Eve. We don't work on Christmas Day, of course. No, there are a few places that do, but most places don't for obvious reasons. But like with Easter, we've never closed early before. I guess we are closing early tomorrow, which will explain why I'm working 11 to 7 tomorrow because we're closing because from what I've heard, we're closing tomorrow at 7, which I'm fine with. I don't really care. I mean, 11 to 7 is a perfectly fine shift for me. Not too early, not too late. Like if it's like I don't mind shifts like that. 9 to 5, 10 to 6, 11 to 7. Those are fine. Even 8 to 4 is fine for me. Or 12 to 8. But like yeah, it's whatever. My mall is closing tomorrow. Oh wow. Interesting. I was not expecting that for a whole mall to be closed. Like certain stores, yeah, but for a whole mall, wow. Like this, I like it's like I don't think I've ever heard of this kind of thing happening before. Maybe a few places here and there, but like now apparently more places are doing it. That's interesting. But here, hold on one moment. Oh, I guess my store is open until um up until like we normally close at 11, but oh wait, actually no. No, apparently no. I'm sorry. It looks like they're going to be closed either like they're going to close at either 6 p.m. or 7 p.m. Hmm, interesting. Or maybe it's just certain like I don't know. No, no, I'll figure it out. It doesn't I don't care either way. My family stopped doing Easter get-togethers, so tomorrow's just going to be a normal day for me, I guess. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Unless you're not sad about it, then I guess there's no point to in point being sad. But it can suck when you don't do those kinds of things with your friends or family anymore. But that's it. I have nothing else to say. Is there anything else you guys want to say? Because I have nothing else to say. I'm not in a rush to leave. Well, but it is. I mean, I'm not in a rush to leave, but it is getting pretty late. And even though I don't have to work super early tomorrow, I do want to get some rest before waking up tomorrow. My family hasn't stopped doing Easter get-togethers, although we are preparing for my cousin's wedding at the end of the month. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I know the Knuckles show is going to be fun to talk about, as well as Sonic 3. Oh shit! Oh, oh shit! My sister texted me. Oops. Damn. Sorry, hang on a moment. The reason for my family Easter get-togethers not happening is more just so because everyone's growing up and we don't really have anywhere to do the get-together. Understandable. We only do Halloween, Thanksgiving, and Christmas together get-togethers. You're never too old to get get free candy from strangers. Yeah, that's true. That is true. And yeah, like that's the thing. Like eventually, families do kind of grow apart. Not to where they don't ever come back together. Well, for some that can be the case, but for plenty, no. Like that's the thing. Like even my own, It's happens to my own family as well. Like we do like on certain special occasions we do get together again. Of course, why not? But we're just not as close as we used to be. We're still kind of close, just not as close. It happens. Like my sister's actually here right now. Like she came from a different state. She's living with us up and she's gonna leave on Monday. Like she just came to visit us. So she came in yesterday, which was a Friday, and then she's gonna leave on Monday. So yeah. Oh. Oh. Mm-hmm. All my cousins are having kids soon, or they already have a kid. Yeah, pretty much. Like right, it's like some of us end up having kids. That's what I mean. You know. Like we some of us may start our own families or we may just get married or whatever. So that's the thing. People grow up. Life goes on. But it doesn't mean you still can't be with your family and hang out at times. Or your friends for that matter. It can happen with your friends too. I still don't have a kid yet. Oh, I see. I'm never having a kid. Not that there's anything wrong with children, I just don't want to deal with that, you know? I don't mind being childless. I'm not looking for a child. I'm not looking to have a kid. I don't know if I ever will, to be honest. Hey, that's totally fair. I mean, I know I don't want one. I straight up do not want one. But some people just take a while thinking about it, and some are just like, no, I want it, I want it, I want one, I want one. It's like, okay, cool. Because having children can be a great thing. Like, like it can be. I mean, granted, it doesn't work out for everyone, unfortunately, but it can be a great thing, and it often is. So if you want one, go for it, but just make sure you can actually take care of the child. Because if you can't, then don't bother. But if you can, then go for it. But that's only if you really want it. I might give myself another 10 to 15 years to see if I do. Yeah, I mean, you're still pretty young, just like me. Like, we're only 3 years apart, I think. So, like, really, we still have time. But, but yeah, like, just, just wait. Just wait a bit. Just wait a bit and see. But after I'm like 43, yeah, no. Yeah, same thing with me. Like, once I get into my 40s, I'm not going to bother. Like, I still have time to think. Like, because I'm in my 30s. I'm 31. I turned 32 later this year. But, but like, yeah, like, I still have, I mean, I still have time. But but like, by the time I turn like 40 or whatever, if I still don't want kids, no. Or even adopted kids, even. Like, I mean, adopted kids, I guess, wouldn't be as bad, in my opinion. I'm sorry. I'm not saying that, like, having children is bad. It's just that I just don't like the idea of it. I'm more open to adopting kids than actually having them. But even then, I'm not sure I'd ever adopt kids either. But it is what it is. I want to get back to dating, but it's hard to know where to start nowadays. Fair. I get together with close family on Sundays at the cemetery. Oh, okay. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. Yeah, I'd want kids if I knew I could actually take care of them and not have a bad future. Yeah, if you know you can take care of them and you really want them, then go for it. But if you can't take care of them and if you don't even want them, then don't bother. Like, if you can't have a baby, don't have a baby. If you can't have a kid, don't have a kid. Just don't. Because once you have a kid, like, you sign up for a lifetime of responsibility. You do. And if you really love the child that much to like take on that responsibility, okay, cool. But if you don't want that responsibility, then just don't have a kid. But anyway, because we still have too many people who have kids and are growing them. Like, fam, nobody forced you to have a kid. Okay, if you don't want a kid, just don't have one. Or perhaps you thought you could have a kid, but then you just really couldn't. Now that I can kind of understand. But like, but like, if you didn't want a kid, just be responsible and don't have one in the first place. And if you change your mind about having a kid later, like you thought, okay, I want this kid, but now I guess I just really can't do it. Well, just do the responsible thing and adopt, which some people do. But it's like, yeah, like, just basically just think really hard before you have a kid. Think really hard. Is this really what you want? If you can't do it, don't do it. If you don't want it, don't do it. But I mean, really, I shouldn't have to say this. No one should have to say this. We all should already know it, but it is what it is. It's hard to imagine a mini me. Really? I guess I can. I guess for some people, I can understand that. It's like you just don't, you can't think of you just can't fathom the possibility, the thought of having somebody who's basically a younger version of you. If prices for everything will go back to how they were in the '90s and not what it's been since COVID. That would help. And it would also help if the rest of the world would get its shit together for once. Yeah, I mean, the world really does need to get its shit together. Far too many people are being punished for trivial things or for arguing over really trivial things. It's really like you can't go one day in America without some crazy shit happening. You really can't. Especially in certain states. Like some states are pretty chill, but others not so much. I mean, I want to continue my bloodline, but I don't want to force it. Yeah, like don't feel like you have to have a kid. Don't force yourself into having one. If you don't want a kid, just don't have one. Like if you like you shouldn't have to force anything. Now I know it's not going to be that simple for everyone because in the East, like there are some places where you get into an arranged marriage and you have a kid out of obligation or necessity. So I'm not going to pretend like you can like everybody can like freely choose. That's really mostly a Western thing. But I mean, plenty of people in the East also choose, but like it's more of a Western thing. But yeah, like if you can't have a kid, then just don't have one. Try living in Florida, yeah, or California, because crazy shit happens in those cities all the fucking time. Did I say cities? I meant states. Whatever. What is the worst state to have a kid? I don't know. I mean, I guess well, no, I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. I don't think there's a worse state, really. Yeah, that's it's not a question that's going to be very hard to answer because it's pretty subjective. Well, sort of, because some states are objectively worse than others. Don't get me wrong, but it's kind of subjective. But but yeah, but basically, I just don't want a kid. I just don't. I've never liked the idea of having children. I just don't want to have children. In terms of expenses, probably California. Yeah, exactly. Like California is the worst place to live in regarding expenses. It's just very expensive to live there to the point where it has one of the it's the states it's a state with one of the highest rates of homelessness. I don't know if it has the highest rate. I think it does, but I'm not sure. But I know it has like one of the highest rates of homelessness. I went there myself once. Like I had never seen that many homeless people before. Yeah, gas is nearly $6 a gallon there. Like, damn, damn, holy shit. $6 a gallon. That's like for me, like I think gas is like a little over $3 a gallon over here now. So like I I recently spent like at least $50 filling up filling up my tank from almost empty to completely full. Like so like imagine $6 a gallon. That would be twice that no at least twice that price. So from 50 to 100, like $100 just for a tank of gas. That's insane. Like diesel is up past $5.50 a gallon. That's insane. I feel bad for trucks, for large trucks. I really do. And for any other vehicle that uses that kind of fuel. I feel bad for y'all. I saw diesel at my local gas station for $7. What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh my god. That's insane. let me look up how much gas is at my local gas station. 3.80 a gallon. That is insane. That's almost $4 a gallon. And I know why these prices are going up. I know why, but it's still insane. It reminds you of a similar thing that happened years ago, where like people were just like literally line up at gas stations and just ran as much gas as they could because of the price increase. Which was also hella annoying. So damn, like I don't even remember when was that? I do not remember, but was it around the time COVID was a thing? I don't know. It's been a number of years. I cannot remember, but that was also annoying. Anyway, um, but yeah, 3.80 a gallon. That is insane. Yeah, I don't know if I could drive a truck with these prices, right? Like, I mean, of course, your pay would be compensated for. At least I assume it would. That's how it is in some places, I think. But at least in some places. But like, damn, that's still insane. Damn, like there was an annual record from 2022 where diesel fuel was 5.81 a gallon. Like, what the fuck? If this war with Iran doesn't get a proper end soon, gas and diesel prices will continue to go through the roof. Yeah, I know. It's causing so many problems. Like that's why gas is going up. That's the exact reason why. So, if that's just insane. Hang on, my sister texted me. Worst safe for entertainment? I wouldn't be able to answer that question, honestly. And even then, I don't think it's 100% guaranteed I'll go all the way back down. Yeah, like the things that even if the prices stop increasing at certain points, it's gonna take a while for them to go back down. And like price drops don't happen like 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 yeah, there can be sharp price drops or sharp price increases, but like the thing is that with stuff like this, it's gonna take a while for those prices to go back down. It's not gonna happen overnight. I know, yeah, our government like some of us like this whole war thing, I want it to stop. Like, can we please just have an era of peace? Or I mean, that's just not going to happen. It's human nature. There is never going to be a lasting era of peace. There just isn't. Like there will be some years of peace, but then eventually that's going to stop. It's that's just how it is. That's how it's always going to be. All we can just do is just make the best of it, make the most of it. Iran doesn't seem like they're in the mood to negotiate yet. Yeah, pretty much. Republicans are so getting destroyed at the midterms in November. They're gonna lose the House and the Senate over this dumb war. I mean, yeah, and they've been having problems even before that, which you guys already know. Things are just not looking good for them, especially for Trump. So, like, I mean, granted, Trump has always had quite the reputation, but yeah, like the Republican Party is just struggling. So, yeah, it's. I mean, I don't really care for either party. I mean, I don't hate either party, if I'm going to be honest. I don't like either party. I'm pretty much neutral, more of a centrist, if I'm going to be honest. I'm pretty much in the middle. So I don't have a preference for either party. I'm not going to get political anymore, but our country has cared more about foreign shit than its own people. I mean, you're not wrong. It's been like that for who knows how long. Like, damn. It's like the US is so busy trying to take care of everything else in the world while neglecting its own people. We're a superpower, but we're not fucking God. Damn. Like, we're not God. We're not fucking God. Like, damn. Hmm. It's just a mess, but what can you do? Well, let's just hope that this war blows over. I really hope it does because this is just fucking ridiculous. Israel has been wanting this Iran war for many years now. The difference is that before Trump, past presidents all said no to Israel. But then this one said yes. Yeah, shit. They tried to get Obama, Biden, Clinton, and the Bush family to fight Iran with them. They all said no. Yeah, don't even get me started on ICE. Please don't get me started on ICE because that is situation also, is also crazy. There's just a lot of crazy in America right now. And the other countries are just laughing at us. I can imagine them just laughing at us. They're like, wow, y'all, we thought y'all were the shit, but now you're just shit. Get it together. And some of them don't even respect us, which I don't blame them for, if I'm going to be honest. But anyway, um, but yeah, like, damn. The UK is laughing the hardest at us. Yeah, I mean, they've always been laughing, but they've always been laughing at us. But yeah, they are laughing hard at us right now. Damn, it's like, ugh, what happened to the towers, mate? Oh my god. Oh my god. Really got kids walking out of school to protest. Leave the kids alone, please. Leave the kids alone. But yeah, I mean, America is a mess. It's been a mess for who knows how long. I'm I'm not ashamed being American, but I do feel shame when shit like this happens in my country, our country, and then the other countries are just literally watching us and laughing at us, I bet. It's like, ugh, the shame. I can't. It's the shame. Trump is currently the next George Bush, but worse. You love how you added that. It's like he's the next George Bush, but worse. But yeah, this country, it embarrasses me. I feel embarrassed by this country. Not embarrassed enough to move. I don't want to move anywhere else, really. I just don't. But at the same time, it's like, I, I mean, I do like living here, but at the same time, I just don't like what this country has become. Mm. Well, yeah, damn. Just a lot of crazy shit happening in this country. If they put soldiers on the ground, it's gonna get real ugly. Definitely. No doubt about that. Ukraine war is still. I almost forgot about that. Oh man, there's also that. Yeah, I almost forgot about too. Like I was like, oh yeah, there's that because like the whole Iran thing, that's pretty much getting everyone's attention now. Like the Ukraine war thing is just kind of like fading away from people's minds, especially when there's another war that they're preoccupied with. Oh. There's also the Gaza war too. Next thing you know, U.S. versus cartel war. I hope that doesn't happen. But yeah, a number of wars going on. There's a number of wars going on right now. It's just a mess. A huge ass mess. April Fool's Day was the worst day to be a sports fan looking through social media. Damn. I recommend watching War Fronts for anyone that wants reliable updates on the Iran war. That's a good point to make because, there are biased sources out there, so try to avoid those if you can. Not just bias, and there aren't just biased sources. There could also just be straight up inaccurate sources too. So again, just try to pick a source that's reliable and not biased. But yeah, I don't have anything else to say right now. Aside from all the dark shit that people keep bringing up in the chat, which I don't mind because we're done talking about the movies now, so we can talk about really anything. But um, I don't really have anything else left to say. Biased sources, Fox News, CNN. I mean, pick your poison. I will say one thing: January 2027 is going to be entertaining as hell in DC. What makes you say that? Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I think I misunderstood your comments. Sorry. Like I thought you were referring to like something else. Never mind. I like our vice president, but our president, not so much. I mean, I'm not surprised. That's a lot. That's how a lot of people feel about him. And Trump will likely get impeached again. I mean, probably. I'm just being realistic. I'm not even trying to be mean or anything like that. He probably will. It's kind of hard to come back from something like this, if not impossible. It's just very hard. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab something else to drink. Not that. I will drink something else. And I'll use the restroom too. Sorry. I will be right back. I should probably pause the recording. Hang on a moment. Okay, sorry, I'm back. I'm just making predictions, but I've been pretty right about how things have gone down in the past year or two. Yeah, that's true. I wouldn't mind living in another country until things die down. That's fair. How does Musk go from owning SpaceX to owning fucking everything and being in politics? Boom, capitalism. Putin is laughing at Putin. Sorry, I said Putin. Putin is laughing at Trump right now while sipping vodka. Same with Netanyahu. I don't even think I pronounced that correctly. Netanyahu? Singapore and Japan are probably the best countries to live in right now. Yeah. Well, Japan, I'm not so sure about. Well, then again, I could be wrong. I don't know. I don't really like the idea of living in Japan. It's just very crowded over there, and there's the issue of the whole low birth rate thing. So that's also a worry. That's also something that's worrying. I think the only way I vote in, I'll, I think the only way that I'll vote in 2020 is if someone comes out and declares that we will not fight wars on behalf of other countries. Yeah, personally, unless things are really, really serious, I think it's better to just stay out of other people's affairs regarding wars. Just stay out of it. That's just my philosophy, though. Because when you get involved, that can actually cause problems. It's causing problems for us now. So yeah, neutrality is actually a pretty important thing. Um, so yeah, China's kind of collapsing, but they're still way ahead of us technology wise. That's true. That is true. I mean, I don't know. We'll see. We can never really know the future for sure. We really can't. I think Gavin Newsom is looking good to be the 2020 Democratic presidential candidate. Newsom is the worst possible choice to be president, in my opinion. I know next to nothing about him, so I can't comment on him. I think he's a smart guy. Like he's the governor of California. A state that's impossible to live in unless you're a rich Hollywood movie star, and they want him to be the top nominee. Plus, I have a lot of friends who are quite left online. They don't like him. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Maybe Kamala again? She would never get past the primaries. I'm surprised Kamala made it as far as she did, to be honest. She was so unprepared and so incompetent. Like she was just not fit to be president. She's still not fit to be president. And I don't like her. So there's that. It's just like no. Just I do not like that bitch. She is not fit to be president. What is this? Oh, ew. Yeah, and that's the thing. Kamala only got like she only got to be a nominee in 2024 because Biden couldn't do it anymore. That was the only reason why. She didn't do it because people wanted to vote her. People wanted her to be the president. They only did it because Biden couldn't be president anymore. That was the only reason why. That's not to say that nobody liked her. Plenty of people liked her. It's just that she wasn't she wasn't running to be the president. She was running to be the vice president. But then she became the president because Biden couldn't do the job anymore. I'd vote for Bernie if he ran. I was going to say Bernie Sanders, but he's getting older and older. If the devs had just gone with Bernie in 2016 like everyone wanted, I'm sorry, if the Democrats had just gone with Bernie in 2016 like everyone wanted, Trump would never become president. Yeah, I don't know what people were thinking back then. Bernie is way too old now. He's like 85 years old. Yeah, he can't he even if he wanted to, he couldn't. Like it's just he couldn't be president. Like it's like that ship's already sailed. But no, Kamala Harris. No, see, it's like she had honestly her run was kind of disastrous. She's not gonna make it very far the second time around. Maybe, well, who knows? Maybe she'll be more prepared this time. But really, I don't really think she's fit to be a president. On top of all the disgusting shit she did, like one of the biggest blunders is just she and her and the Biden administration, like all of them, literally really making it easier for illegal immigrants to actually come into our borders and not only put everybody else in danger, but to take away resources that aren't theirs. It's like, so we're taking care of these people, but we're not taking care of our own. And it's really infuriating because like if you have family members like me who live overseas in a different country and some of them want to come here, but they can't because the process to come over here is quite difficult. Because I've had plenty of family members already come over here after a lot of hard work. For Kamala Harris to just go and let all these other hoes in is just it's just irritating. Like it actually infuriates me. So go fuck yourself, Kamala Harris. Anyway, I'm sorry to say, but we're just not getting a female president. I mean, I think it's possible. We have, like, I mean, Tulsi Gabbard, for example, who used to be on the left, but now she's on the right. People respected her. Like, someone like her could be president, but someone like Kamala Harris is just no, no, fuck her. That's not going to happen. No. But unfortunately, because the Dems were so in love with Hillary, they did everything in their power to sabotage Bernie's chances in the primaries. To be fair, Biden did try to pass a bipartisan bill to tighten the border security and the deportation of illegal criminals in his last year in office, but the Republicans blocked it to make Biden look bad and hurt his chances for 2024. Oh, I see. Honestly, I mean that I actually didn't know about, but like I'm still annoyed though because Kamala Harris didn't actually seem to try to do anything about it. Because I'm really mad at more at her than at Biden, really. So it's just I'm like, no, just ew. But the thing is, he should have done that 2 or 3 years prior. Yeah, like it's still something that happened under his watch. Like he could have done something about it sooner. And he like I don't know. North Korea might have a female leader before us since Kim Jong Un chose his daughter as his heir. Okay. None of it was Biden's fault, but Republicans make him seem like such a bad president. Kamala did campaign on boosting more border security in her campaign, but no one bought it all. Yeah, like yeah, like I think like this. I think this is why I think this is just why this just proves that she just was wholly unprepared for the campaign because I feel like this proves that she was just wholly unprepared because if she had been more prepared, she would have been able to convince people, right? Like she would have been able to because honestly, she just doesn't come off as convincing a lot of the time. She just wasn't prepared for the job of presidency. So so when she actually did try to like push for certain things, people didn't believe her. Right now, the only politician that gives me hope in this country is James Tallarico. Oh, I see. I would vote for that guy as president in a heartbeat. I will say is that Trump did good at promoting his campaign in 2024. This dude was everywhere. Yeah, he was. He really was. I like AOC, but she isn't ready yet. I mean, I can't comment on AOC, but yeah. Like, Politics. I'm just not looking forward to the future, really. Oh man, what the hell have we done for the past hour? So I mean, like we just been talking about like a lot of things from the wars in our that that our country's involved in to politics to gas prices going up, all that shit. But yeah, Obama really was one of the most complete and prepared presidents. Oh, definitely, like without a doubt. Like that guy knew what he was doing. Like, like he definitely he definitely came in hard and won the election. I just can't see a lot of these candidates actually becoming president. Neither can I. Neither can I. So I'm getting rather tired. I mean, it's been fun talking, but I do need to go and rest. We need a young person for once in office. A young person could work, but as long as they're not too young, because like they have to be mature. Like they have to mature at some point. So like, let's say like somebody who's at least 25, and like no less than 25, no younger than 25. I think I'm always gonna have a soft spot for Obama because he was the president I grew up with. It's the same thing for me. I don't really have a lot of complaints about him. I didn't like the way he promoted Kamala Harris. I really didn't like that. But I actually didn't mind him that much. I thought he was an alright president. Yeah, they have to be at least 35, but I'm like I'd rather they be I'd rather like the requirement be a little lower because they don't need to be like like can it be like at least 30? Like because like 35 is just but that's whatever. I know, yeah, they have to set an age limit, but I'm like, they could go a little lower, like maybe 30 years old could work. Because I think 30 is fine. I think 30 years is fine, like, but it's whatever. It's like most people will have matured by then, so I don't see why it would be a bad thing to just lower the rate, the requirement, the age requirement. But if they want to keep it there, then whatever, I don't care. It's been rumored that Obama and Biden both secretly hated Kamala and didn't want her to run for president. That I've never heard. I'm not saying that's not true. I've just never heard it. I think 30 would be fine, but whatever. Yeah, same here. Like, I think 30 is fine. Yeah, same thing here. I was more negative towards Obama when, like, during his years of presidency. But now I actually don't think he's that bad. So yeah, like I think he's I think he's I think he's actually not a bad president. I wouldn't say he's the greatest president ever, but I don't think he's bad either. He's certainly I think he's done a better job than Biden, definitely. Like, just I'm not even gonna I don't think it's even a contest at this point. Yeah, like we should have both a minimum and a maximum age requirement, not just a minimum one. I think Obama was just really promoting Kamala just because he really doesn't like Trump. Okay, that actually makes sense. Not gonna lie, because like it's like you choose the lesser of two evils. I mean, I don't hate Trump as much as everyone else does, but I can understand that if this is the case, I can understand that why Obama would just push Kamala instead. Just like, okay, better her than him. Maybe like we could have like an age range of president, like of an age range requirement. Like you can't be more than 50, but you can't be less than um 30. I feel like 30 to 50 is a reasonable age range because like once you get past that point, um, you know, it's like these people can't like these people are gonna get older. They can't like stay in they can't like they might not be able to like continue their job. I mean, some of them might even develop dementia. So, like, at some point, we just have to have a maximum age range. This Iran war is really the last straw of Trump for me. Yeah, Trump really fucked himself over with that. Like, dude, what were you thinking? Like, what were you thinking? Because honestly, like, if people didn't hate him before, they did. But if they didn't, they certainly do now. Yeah, I remember the 2020 reaction. Literally, everyone was losing their shit. Like, it was so funny. I was like just laughing my ass off. Like people thought that some people generally thought that the world was going to end. At least they felt that way. I was like, y'all need to calm down, okay? Calm down. It was so funny. I still remember the 2020 reaction. Really, the hope from people's eyes and faces just disappeared. Some people even had meltdowns. And some people even recorded those meltdowns and uploaded them online. I'm like, I was like, oh my God, this is so funny. It honestly felt like it did end, and we've just been living in a simulation ever since then. Yeah, I know. I didn't feel that way, but but like, yeah, a lot of people did, and it was just like, damn, people really thought it was over for the whole world, or for America, maybe even the whole world. Yeah, yeah. Remember when everyone in 2020, well, not everyone, obviously, but a lot of people back then thought that the world was going to end in 2022. Man, that was insane too. There was even a movie based on it. But 2020 was what everyone thought 2012 was going to be like. Yeah, true. True, true, true. It felt like 2012 all over again. For those people, not for me. I didn't think it was a big deal. But everybody else, a lot of other people did. It was just like, holy shit. Mm. All right, but we've been streaming for 4 hours, and just, I still wonder why toilet paper was the first thing people were grabbing once the pandemic struck. Yeah, that was so fucking annoying. Like, you literally could not find toilet paper or even paper towels anywhere. Like they were just they were disappearing like left and right, especially during any sort of sales that were going on. It was so annoying. Yeah, we did get a lot off our chests. I do feel a little better. I do. Might need to change the title of the stream. Yeah, it's pretty much something I have to do nowadays. Something that I'm just used to doing. Like it's happened a lot of times where it's like, you're at the end of the stream. Do you want to continue just talking? Yes. And then I end up having to change the stream, but it's okay. Let's see. What do I name it though? I'll just say and extra stuff, whatever. Or plus extra stuff. I don't know. No. Let me try this again. And other stuff, I guess. Yeah, just say other stuff. It went from us talking about kids and then this, right? It did. But damn, I'm so tired. Like, holy shit. I need to go and lie down. It was nice talking about these things with you guys. So, and catching up with all of you as well. I really don't like, honestly, I would stay longer, but like, holy shit, like, I am tired as hell. But yeah, this was a lot of fun. So happy Easter, everybody. Yeah, happy Easter. If you don't work tomorrow, or if your store or whatever closes early tomorrow, you go have fun. Or if you have an early shift tomorrow, whatever, go have fun. Enjoy your Easter. I don't care much for Easter, to be honest, but I hope everybody enjoys it. I used to celebrate it quite a bit with my family, but nowadays they're just like, whatever, it's just another Sunday. It's always a good night talking about random shit in the world. It is. And I wish I weren't so tired because like I would talk more. But I'm so tired and I don't have anything else to say, so but it was nice talking with all of you, really. It really was. About the movies and about other things. But But like I used to say in my early streaming days, all good things had to come to an end. So, if nobody else has anything left to say, I guess I'll just go ahead and end the stream. I guess we should let Cheese sleep then. Yeah, sorry, but like we'll do this again some other time. Maybe I could do this Friday or Saturday. Well, technically next Friday and Saturday. I could do that because I work early shifts on those days. And because again I want to watch The Wild Robot, Despicable Me 4, and Migration and cover those in the stream. And then I'll focus on those another oh yeah, Sonic 3 movie and the Knuckles show. I might even just cover I'm not sure if I've covered Captain Underpants already, but I recently got the Dogman movie. I've already watched it on Netflix, but I recently got it. um, and put in my library. So I might cover Captain Underpants and Dogman in like a separate stream as well. So yeah, because I've read all the Dogman books and I've read some of the Captain Underpants books, but it's been a long time since I last read the Captain Underpants books. So I have the first two in my room right now. My cousin gave them to me, so um, I have to go back and read those. But yeah, yeah, Captain Underpants and Dogman. I love both series. Um, Dogman is kind of stagnating though. It's actually really stagnating. Like it's not even about Dogman anymore. The everything after book seven is not about Dogman anymore. It's about other characters that nobody some of them nobody cares about. Others that just don't deserve as much spotlight as they get. And with the bad writing that's in a lot of Dogman books, like that really doesn't help. I'm sorry, but Dogman just has bad writing in a lot of its books. It just does. And I feel like I should make a series where I rip apart the bad writing in these books because I like the books, but they have crap writing. It's clear that Dave is letting his ADHD kind of mess up the story. I'm not saying that to be mean, but it's true. Like he just gets too distracted in these books. Like he can't just focus on Dogman, who's the main character. No, he has to focus on other characters, and I'm just getting tired of it. But it is what it is. Um, oh, we talked about the movies, by the way. Well, I like the movies as well, so I've watched both. I liked both. I watched Dogman on Netflix, as I said earlier, and I watched the Captain Underpants movie in theaters. So, but that was years ago. But whatever. All right, I should. I'm good. I'm going to get going because, uh, like, damn, I'm so tired. But anyway, um, I guess I'll just end the stream now. Thank you all so much for watching this stream. This was really fun. I'm Team 15. I'll see you guys next time. So until then, deuces and goodbye.